Alohu. Eshadala Henu Walea Botenu. Abiyago Mamias Kababiako. Atakwados Wishameka Kwados Babushameka Lolamae. Wishama Bene Israel El Shabbat La So El Shabbat Le Doro Tam Bene Ola. Bene Bene Israel Oti Lola. Kisha Shayami Masa El Shaddai Wa Shamaim. Weta Alex Ubayomas V Shabbat Wa Inafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Udushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Wahed. Baruch Shem Kabod Mahuto Lolam Wahed. Baruch Kabod Lohim Min Kumo Melech Elyon. Hallelujah. Lolam Wahed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
The God we serve, the God that we serve is a God that you will never see. You'll never be able to envision this God or see this God or how this God look. But in every culture and every religion, they have a description of how their idol, because there are no gods, there's only one God.
That's right.
The God of the spirits of all flesh. He said, I'm the God that split the Red Sea. He said, I'm the God that this God went before us before we went to war. He allowed the hornets and all these hornets to attack the enemy. And when we got there, he made the war easier for us. So because we as a people are so unappreciative, you hear that word? Unappreciative. We don't appreciate the good that a person did for you. We don't appreciate the good that God did for us. We don't, man. We don't appreciate the good that people did for us. And when something goes wrong, guess what? The good that the person did for you goes out the window, Talia. It goes out the window. See, when we do things like that, that's not the ways of God. That's not the ways of God. Because the good that a person do for you still stands. That's why before Saul moved on the Amalekites, he instructed the Kenites and remembered the good that the Kenites did for the nation of Israel. And this was years and years ago. Years before. So he instructed the Kenites and told the Kenites, remove yourself from the Amalekites. He said, I remember the good that you did to my father, to my forefathers, to the nation of Israel. Huh? When we read this book, the ways of God is in the book.
Yeah.
We read the book to learn the ways of God, so that we can take on the ways of God, so that we can be accepted in the eyes of God. So that's the purpose of reading this book. This is the purpose of reading this book, so we can be better men and better women in the eyes of God. So when we become better men and better women in the eyes of God, now I would treat you better, and you would treat me better. Because the ways of God is expounded and written in this book. We read it here, and it teaches us how I should treat you, how you should treat me. It teaches us the ordinance and the order of getting married. The first thing is not sex. That's not the first thing. Before I even look at a woman to marry her or to have sex with her, because if I had intentions on having sex with her, I must have intentions on marrying her. So before I marry this woman or have sex with her, I gotta have somewhere to put her. I gotta have somewhere to put her. I gotta be able to support her. I gotta be able to provide for her. I gotta be able to protect her. I gotta be able to also match and learn her emotions and her compassion, because women are emotional creatures. Why do you think when Elquana's wife was walking around all sad, he didn't yell at her, and he perceived that his wife was sad, and he knew what she was sad about. That did not aggravate him. Wait, what's wrong with you, man? You still walking around sad? Wait, what's wrong with you? Are you an animal? You don't have a heart? You can't see that the woman is down and sad? And now you come to downtrodden and yell and stomp. No, you got to match her feelings and match her emotions with you coming soft. He said, hey, sweetheart. What he told her, he said, am I better to thee than 10 sons? He said, come on over here, man. He said, come here, baby. I got you and you got me. Don't worry about it. He said, but God held her back from having a child. And then on the other hand, his other wife, which was Penina, she did things to taunt her. She did things to taunt her. Because one was able to have children and one wasn't able to have children. But we got to consider the ways of God and acknowledge that the good that a person did for you still stands. That never dies. That's not the mindset of a hedonistic person. That's not the mindset of people with a hedonistic mentality, because you can't serve God with a hedonistic mentality. You can't serve God with a hedonistic mentality, because when you read the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God, then you're going to compare it to that Western mentality. You're going to compare the laws to that Western way of thinking. You're going to compare the laws to that hedonistic mentality. And then you're going to start picking and choosing on what I should do, what I should accept, what I shouldn't accept, what I shouldn't do. No, we got to accept the laws and the commandments of God wholly, 100%. 100%. And if we can't accept these laws 100%, then God will not accept you. What got Caleb and Joshua accepted of God? Because they followed and they went after the Creator wholly, 1,000%. When you're going after God and the laws and the commandments of God 100%, you are covering all aspects. We got to cover all rounds. We got to cover all sides, where there's no break and there's no opening for iniquity to come to my mind. Because when we don't have these things covered, then sin, before I violate the laws and the commandments of God, iniquity comes here first. It comes here first before I violate it. Now, in order to have the strength to rule over your spirit, to rule over iniquity, I got to strengthen myself in God. I got to strengthen myself in His laws. And I cannot strengthen myself in God sinning presumptuously. All presumptuous iniquities leads you to being cut off from God. Now, there's two different types of being cut off. You have neker or nikrita, right? Means cut off. Hikaret, tikaret means cut off. But one means to exterminate or to destroy, which is hikaret, tikaret. Nikrita means to alienate, means to betray, means to deny, to excommunicate. So now we got different meanings to these things now. So now when you are estranged from God, you're pushed away. Huh? You still alive, but God has pushed you away. When you are excommunicated, when you are cut off, see, there's different forms of being cut off. You could be cut off from conversation. You can be cut off from contact. And that's what Saul was cut off. Saul was cut off from contact from God. We can be sitting in teachings, listening to the Sabbath teachings, conducting services, and be cut off before God. That don't scare you. I said, that don't scare you, man. When I read that was King Saul, Saul was able to perceive and understand and see that, man, I'm not getting an answer from God. God ain't talking to me. I need an answer. And when these people did not get an answer from God, they got what? They got desperate. They got desperate. And that's what drove King Saul to go and seek out the witch of Endor, to get an answer from the prophet Samuel. But the prophet Samuel told him what? He said, God has rejected thee from being king. And if God did not answer you, what makes you think I'm going to give you an answer? Because the prophet Samuel was one with God. I said the prophet Samuel was one with God. And because the prophet Samuel was one with God, guess what? Whatever God said, his laws, his commandments, he accepted it. We got to become one with God by not going against his laws, commandments, and statutes. Why you think he didn't worship with him? Why you think he didn't bow the knee with him? Because he wasn't accepted. He has been rejected from God. So that tells me I got to be careful with who I pray with. I got to be careful with who I bend the knee with. Because the people that I bend the knee with are not living up to the standards of God. So therefore, what am I doing praying with you? That means I accept your ways. If I pray with you, I accept you and I accept the things that you're doing. That's why King Saul could not get Samuel to pray with him until he told him one thing. And that one thing that he told him made sense. So now I really got to be careful. We got to be careful of who we pray with. Because whoever we bend the knee with and pray with, God look at you and say, oh, you accept him, huh? You accept him? And you don't see that he went against my laws? That means you agree with what this man was doing. But he told him one thing. He said, honor me now in the sight or in the eyes of the people. Because the people can't see. The people cannot see two heads clashing. This is the prophet of God. This guy is the king. They can't see us clashing, but that was the last time Saul seen the face of Samuel until the day of his death, until he got prophesied to and told him, listen, you and your sons are going to be with me. But today, people got the nerve to talk against King Saul when none of us can count our iniquities. None of us can count our sins. But King Saul only messed up 2 times. Twice, when he consorted of the witch of Endor, and when he did not follow the commandment of God. But he did stop the people from eating the blood. But he did stop the people from eating blood. The people was eating blood and consuming blood. He stopped them from eating blood and consuming blood. I was talking to a brother. I was talking to a brother, man. You know what this dude told me? Hey, Prince Zachariah, check this out, man. The dude said it's okay to eat fat. Hey, yo, Lodge. I said, where you get this from? He said, because in the law, it only talking about the fat concerning the offering. I said, oh, Lord, have mercy. I said, oh, Lord, have mercy. I said, you cut off, man. I said, you cut off. He said, yes, read it. Read it. I said, but that don't mean you can eat it. You can't consume fat. The fat belongs to God.
No manner of fat.
Whether it's for offering, sacrifice, or if it's for your own use.
No manner.
He said, ye shall eat no manner of fat. When you decide to eat meat or flesh, we cannot eat flesh that died of itself, and we cannot take the stores. Listen, we can't take what the people in the store told us.
No.
You know why we can't take what the people in the store told us? Because we got to be sure. Because this is my life I'm playing with. This is your life that you're juggling with. They don't go and make their own kill. All they do is wait for the shipment.
Yep.
That's what they do. The owner of the stores wait for the shipment. That's all they do. And they gonna ship it to you. Because it's a what? It's a production. It's a fast production. It's mass production. It's money involved. So therefore, I don't take chances. I don't take chances with eating meat from the stores. If I do decide to eat meat, there's a brother that go hunting, and I will get the meat from them. I will suck the blood out, all the blood out, remove the fat, and I will eat me some meat. Till then, I remain a pescatarian. Just eat fish. That's it. But we got to learn the ways of God, man, because the ways of God is completely opposite to the laws and the commandments of God. That's why throughout the book, see, our forefathers ain't had no problem fulfilling his laws and his commandments. No. God had a problem with their ways. I said, God had a problem with their ways. You know what God had a problem with us with? We ain't fulfilling his laws. We ain't taking heed to his ways. We ain't taking heed to nothing. We ain't got nothing covered. We want to juggle with God's laws and play games with it. Huh? Let's go to the law. Let's go to Exodus. Let's go to Exodus chapter 23.
Exodus chapter 23.
Thou
shalt not raise a false report.
Thou shalt not raise a false report. The word for raise, the word, what it says, where you at? The 23, oh, I'm in the wrong chapter. He said, thou shalt not raise a false report. Lo tisa. The word tisa, it means nasa. The root word is nasa. Nasa means to raise, to take up, to lift up, to bear or support. So how do you bear a false report? Now, in order for speak or to raise a false report, it had to come to your mind. Everything begins here. Everything begins right here. Huh? That's why what God said. He said, froward thoughts separate from God. So when you had thoughts that conjured up in your own mind that's against the standards that we read here, now you see why God is so distant. Now you see why God is so distant from these so-called people who surname themselves after Jacob. Because our thoughts is misconstrued. And you don't correct yourself about the thoughts that comes here. You don't say, well, you know what? I'm not going to accuse that person because I didn't see him do it. You play with it and say, man, yeah, he may have did it. He was the only one there. That don't mean nothing. Did you see him take it? No. Nobody else seen him take it. But he was the only one there. Okay. That don't mean nothing. He said, he should not raise to hold in the mind. It also means to accept or to carry. To support means to uphold or defend as valid or right. To raise a false report is when you willfully provide are oral false information. That's a false report. So whatever you speak on, you had to either seen it, known of it, seen it, or known of it. You ain't seen it, and nobody came and told you. Someone told you, you got to ask them if they have witnesses. Oh, you telling me this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the first thing to do is not to blame. All right, this person is telling me something and telling me something about someone else. He said, all right, brother, well, I'm not going to be there, but I'm telling you. But listen, what do you want me to do? You want me to follow what you said, or you want me to follow what God said? I have to judge this matter according to what God said, not because of what you said. Now, where's your witnesses? You don't have no witnesses to establish this matter? Then we'll watch him. But I'm not going to condemn him off of what you say. I'm not going to do that. And people have a problem with that. People have a problem following what God said. You know why? You know why? Because deep down inside of us, we have an evil seed that's growing. We have an evil seed in us that continues to grow, and we continue to feed it. We continue to feed this evil seed because we continue in the path of wickedness. The path of wickedness is anything other than following God. He said, y'all should not raise a false report, Damshi.
Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous
Okay,
witness.
now. He said, put not thine hand. Put not your hand with the wicked. The word for with is im, ayin mim. It means on the side of the wicked. I can't side with you. I cannot side with you. It don't say I can side with you if you're my brother. It don't say I can side with you if you're my sister. See, when we're dealing with the laws and the commandments of God,
out the window,
friends,
out the window,
family, brothers, sisters, out the window. The only side that I'm on is God's side. And what we read here in the book, that's the only thing that stands. That's the only thing that stands. Other than that, we can't go by nothing else. Only by what the word of the Creator. That's it. Tom She.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Ain't that something? Now, the word for follow is achad. Achad means what? Means to go after, right? You should not follow or go after a multitude to do evil. So when you follow or go after the multitude, you think the same. You must think the same like them. That's why you're doing, that's why you're going and following after these people doing the same thing they do, because your thinking pattern is compared to theirs. So because my thinking pattern is the same, it's going to bring about different actions. See, all this here links in. It links in. For me to do things righteously, my thinking have to be compared, have to be different. I got to think different in order for different actions to come through.
Right.
I have to think different in order to speak different or do things differently from you. So we got to change our pattern of thought. We got to change the way we think. By what? By taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. By reading this book. Reading this book it will have an effect on your spirit. That's why God commanded the king. God commanded the king in the law, Deuteronomy 17 or 16, chapter 17 or 16. He said, the king shall write him a copy of the law from the priest. Right? Right? And he shall read in the laws of God every day so that he may learn to fear God. So this is something that we have to learn to do. Okay? We got to learn how to fear God. We don't know how to fear God. We don't know how to love God because people say, oh, I love God. No, you don't love God, because if you love God, you'll fulfill his laws. If you love God, you'll take heed to his laws. And by reading this book, it also teaches you to humble yourself. You hear that? Humble yourself, which means it ain't all about you. Once pride sets in, that will begin, and that's the beginning of sin. You can't get to God with pride. You can't get to God being vain. It's going to get in the way. Pride and vanity. We got to get rid of that. Got to get rid of that, man. Let's read.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou
Now, it said, thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. So again, when you follow or go after the multitude, you think the same, which is going to bring about actions that is not acceptable by God. Tom Shee.
Neither shalt thou speak in the cause, to decline after many, to rest judgment.
He said, neither speak in the cause to decline after many. After the multitude, to do what?
To rest judgment.
To rest judgment. What is rest judgment? Rest judgment, the Hebrew word for rest is natah, nun tet he. It means to pervert judgment. What does pervert mean, or perverted judgment means? It means to change from its original course. Meaning, original course, the original meaning or state, to a distortion or corruption of what was first intended. So we pervert the words of God by doing things contrary from what we read. We switch the whole book around. Yeah. We switch, man. Israelites are some bad mamma jammers. Man, we read it and we see something completely different from what we read. That's right. You know why Israelites could read a book, the same book? You read it, I read it, this one read it, and we all see something different, and it ain't right. You know why? Because God has clouded your judgment. God has clouded you and blocked you. Why? Because we are doing things in our lifestyle that brings about a cut-off state of mind. God cut you off. From what? From his truth. He said, I will cut him off from his truth. That's, my father read that. He said, I'll cut him. He said, wow. He said, wait a minute. That's when you know who's cut off from who ain't cut off. When the person read the book and see something completely different from what he read, God done cut him off. I said, God done cut him off. Because what you thinking about and formulating in your mind about what the book said, it ain't there. And it don't mean that. Listen, these words are plain and simple. It ain't hard to understand and see this and understand this.
Straight to the point. It's
straight to the point. He said a blind man with wooden eyeglasses could see it. It's so plain and simple. A blind man with wooden eyeglasses could see that. Huh? Tom Shee.
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
All right. He said, neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. Right? Countenance a poor man. The word for countenance is hadad. Hadad means to honor. Hadad also means to be partial or to show partiality. You should not countenance or honor a poor man in his dispute. So if this poor guy goes and steals from someone else, I can't let him go free. I can't have sympathy. I can't have mercy, because God shows us and tells us what to have mercy for. God tells us and shows us what we should have mercy for and what we shouldn't have mercy for. So if you, being a poor man, disregarded the laws and the commandments of God. You disregarded the laws and the commandments of God, and you put your feelings above what God said. See, anytime we sin and we violate a law, or commandment, or statutes, We put our feelings above God. I put how I feel above God. I put me above God. Huh? And then I go through with this atrocious violation against the laws of God by stealing. So now you want to have mercy. Don't let him be, man. He don't have it. Nobody told you to steal. That's why God said, if you don't have it to pay back, you need to go work it off.
That's right.
I'm disregarding your rent. I'm disregarding everything else. God said you got to pay back.
That's right.
God said you got to pay back. You got to go work and you got to pay that man back. I don't have to regard you and regard nothing about you because you didn't regard God.
Mm-hmm.
So once a person or a man or anybody don't regard God or don't consider God,
That's
then
right.
I don't have to consider you.
That's right.
I don't have to regard you
That's
because
right.
you are disregarding my God.
That's right.
So I don't got to regard you or consider you. Let's read.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again.
Uh-oh. He said, if thou what?
If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again.
If you meet your ox, your enemy's ox, or his ass going astray. You heard what he said? Enemy. This is not talking about no foreign nation. The enemy that is talking about are two Israelites that cannot see eye to eye, which means even amongst the nations, we had enemies amongst ourselves. But the laws of God smashed it.
That's right.
The laws of God smashed that
That's right.
with his laws. He said, listen, if your enemy's ox goes straight, my job is to go get my enemy's ox and bring it back to him. And by me bringing back my enemy's ox back to the brother, then that should squash the beef.
Mm-hmm.
He said, wow, you don't hate me. Yeah, I hate you. But guess what? You know what that means? My emotions and my feelings has to muffle. It doesn't matter. When it's concerning God,
That's right.
why we can't realize this? Oh, I don't like him, man. Well, yeah, okay, you don't like him. He did this, but your emotions don't count.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we got to deal with this matter according to what God said.
Right.
We got to deal with this matter according to what we read. So our emotions and our feelings and how I feel and what I think, that don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. That's what the book teaches us. That's what me reading this book tells me. You got to leave that alone. Certain things need to be left alone. But you continue with your emotional, brother say emotional damage. You are emotional. Sometimes emotions can be used to drive you closer to God. Emotions also can be used to pull you away from God because you allow your emotions to get the best of you, and now you're being pulled away. Let's read it.
If thou see the ass of him that hated thee lying under his burden,
The ass of him that hate thee lying under his burden, because it comes a point in time when you don't put too much on that ass. Yeah, they're burning some animals, but when they get too heavy, the ass ain't going nowhere.
it has a capacity.
It's too much. It's too much. It's bearing down on me. So go ahead, read it.
And wouldst forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him.
You hear what this is? So now you have to unload the burden off the ass because the ass ain't moving until you unload some of that off. It's too heavy. He's telling you, listen, you got too much on my back, man.
That's right.
You got too much on my back. So now after I done unload this, guess what happened? I got to end up going with him to his journey or going wherever he got to go because you cannot, listen, you can't put that back on him. He going to crouch down. He going to sit down again. You got to help him. See, that's what the Lord gives us and shows us, man. And the dude hates you. But guess what? Once again, you gotta bypass that. Oh, I don't like him. Okay, there come a point in time when you gotta bypass that. And if you can't bypass that, the so-called grudge and the hatred that you have for a man that served the same God like you, then you can't serve God neither. Get away from me. I don't care how strong you talk, the things you say, you have hurdles that you can't get over. You got to get over those hurdles, man. All those hurdles that you have a problem jumping over, you got to get over those. Those obstacles. You know what the obstacle is? A mixed shoal. You know what a mixed shoal is? It's an obstacle that causes you to fall into error with God.
Physical challenge.
It's an obstacle that causes you to fall into error with God. We all got different obstacles in us that we can't get over that causes us to fall into error with God. You have your obstacles. We all got obstacles in us. Get over it. Get over it, correct it, and mend it by fearing God and keeping his laws and his commandments. We all got obstacles, man. I got my own obstacles.
He said enough is enough.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough. How long? Like God said, he said, how long? He said, how long, man? How long is it going to take for you to return back to God? I said, how long? When are you going to acknowledge your ways and the things that we do that is contrary to what God said? When? Time sheet.
Verse 6, thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause.
Thou shalt not rest the judgment of the poor in his cause. Time sheet. To rest means what? We read that already. Oh, okay. Thou shalt not rest the judgment. To rest means to pervert. Don't pervert the judgment of the poor in his dispute. Whether he's wrong or right. You can't change it. And you know how many times these so-called Israelites, why I say so-called Israelites, you got to be a so-called Israelite. Because when certain brothers do certain things, they get a pass.
Reprieve.
They get a reprieve. But when other brothers do certain things, oh man, they come down on them hard. You can't run no nation. You can't have no camp. See, listen here. For a person or for a man to run a camp, for a man to run a camp or have his own congregation, you cannot be partial.
That's right.
You can't be partial, man. I say you can't be partial. You can't be the one to able to join sides with this one because he's your son and then turn on that one. No, 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 man. No, man. And this is why we got so much separation and disunity and dispersion, because I don't want to condemn my own son, but my son was wrong.
That's right.
What are you doing? Putting your hands on that brother. I don't want to hear nothing, son. Now you're going to sit your butt down, and that same brother that you hit, we're going to run this according to the judgments of God.
That's right.
That same brother that you hit, he going to get up, and he going to blouse your eyes too. Well, no, you don't want to sit down, then you got to get out.
Right.
No, Abba, I don't want him to hit me. He ain't hitting me. Okay, get out, son. Don't ever come back. I said, don't ever come back.
Right.
Huh? Yeah, it's going to hurt me to tell my son don't come back. But guess what? It's going to hurt me more if I allow it and God charge me. Huh? And I don't want God to say that I honor my son above his laws. Like Eli. And you see what God did to Eli. You see what God did to Eli. You see what God did to his kids. So we can't honor our children above God. So you got so much hand problems that you want to put your hands on other brothers. Let's do judgment then. Let's do the right thing. You hit somebody, you sit down and you allow yourself to get hit.
Right.
Oh, you got hand problems. Sit down and let the person hit you. Oh, you want to spit? Sit your butt down. Hey, brother, come on over here. Spit on him. Why we don't have this mentality?
Right. Okay.
Why we don't think like this? Do you really want to serve God?
Okay.
I said, do you really want to serve this God? No, you don't. Because you picking and choosing.
Yeah.
And you still putting yourself above God and his laws. Come on, man. Come on, man. Before you put your hand on somebody, think. Before you say something to somebody, think. Would you like that person to say that to you? Do you want that person to put their hands on you? So therefore what? I can't do it to you. God said, the Lord said, love thy neighbor like you love yourself. Jonathan said, in the book I read where he said the soul of David was knit and binded together with the soul of Jonathan. Huh? That's the consideration and the love for two brothers. Huh? Huh? Come on, man. So if you don't want something said to you or done to you, don't do it to nobody else. Don't let your emotions get the best of you and you start doing things and running your mouth and slow down. You are the type of person that cannot have your own congregation because you run off of emotions. Pipe down. Calm down. Relax. Relax. So easy. We're dealing with each other. We're dealing with your kind. Yeah, you're my kind. And I'm your kind. Because we serve the same God. That's what makes us one. That's what makes me your kind and you my kind. We serve the same God. Everybody got their own hang-ups and their own things that they need to deal with. This one eats blood and fat. Who don't eat blood and fat? This one disrespect his parents. Who don't disrespect his parents? This one does this. Everybody in the same cotton-picking boat. Yeah. You know what put us in the same boat? Because we sin presumptuous. Presumptuous iniquity puts us in the same boat. Now, again, there are different forms of cut off. Different forms of being cut off. When you eat blood and fat, you get cut off by death. Hikaret, tikaret. But when you steal, you get cut off from communication. You be estranged. Nikrita. But it's two different forms of cut off. Alienated. God will alienate you. God will push you away. But we in the same boat because we all sin presumptuously. Now I and we have to figure out a way to fulfill the laws and the commandments of God without stepping back. Without stepping back and moving forward. Stepping back and moving forward. Taking 2 step backs, move 1 forward. You ain't going nowhere. We not going nowhere, man. Ask yourself, how long have you been doing this law without going back? Because listen, God deals with time. God deals with time. You just started doing this. Oh, this guy been doing what you just started for a longer period of time. He has more grounds. I said he got more grounds than you. Because he's been doing this particular law longer than you have. You just started it. Now you want to jump and do hurdles. Sit down and relax and humble yourself, brother. You just started. Relax. Pay attention. Sit down. Breathe. Take the boogers out your eyes. so you can see clearly. Pull the wax out so you can hear. We are all guilty before God, man.
That's right.
I said we are all guilty before God.
That's right.
But this is a mindset that needs to acquire. We need to acquire a certain mindset. The mindset we need to acquire is the mindset of King David.
Okay.
The mindset that we need to acquire is the mindset of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. The mindset we need to acquire is the mindset of Moses, the mindset of Joshua. All these righteous and pious men that gained favor in the eyes of God, we need to acquire their mindset and get rid of our despicable mindset. The woman that claimed the heritage of Jacob, she said she's a daughter of Zion. Then why you don't dress like a daughter of Zion? Why you don't think like a daughter of Zion? Why you don't move like a daughter of Zion? Read about Mother Sarah. I said read about Rebecca. Read about Leah. Read about all these righteous and pious women that God had picked up and exalted. Huh? And because they were, the reason why they was exalted and picked up was because of their husbands. Huh? Rebecca was able to inquire of God because of her husband. Her husband was high power. I said her husband was high power. Her husband was high power, man. You can be high power before God right here. What God said. He said Noah was righteous in his generation. It ain't hard for us to be righteous in this generation.
That's right.
It ain't hard. Because these days and times is getting worse. It ain't getting no easier. Let's read it.
Keep thee far from a false matter.
Hey. Keep thee far from a false matter. How do I do that? Lies, deceit, stories, credit card scams, deceit with credit card scams, and fraud. All these scams and isms that's not true. Stay away from it. And you should not want to be around these things because they're all false matter. It's a false matter before God. Huh? And this is not the ways of God. Let's read it. Where we at?
Middle of 7. And the innocent and the righteous slay thou not.
It said the innocent and the righteous slay thou not. The dude will be innocent. The sister will be innocent. And they'll put him in jail for 20 years. 20 years with no proof. All because you got a call. Right now, if I call on you and tell the man that you had a gun, you ain't got to have the gun on you when they come. They're going to take you, they're going to lock you up, and you go into jail. This government is abominable, disgraceful government. But guess what? God done told us, when you go in the land of your enemies, he said, go on, take wives, have children, and bind yourself under the laws and the government of Babylon. Because you're going to be there for 70 years. I said, hey, God said you're going to serve Babylon for 70 years. Can anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me? And I want you to tell me on the chat too. Type it in. Type it in. How many years? Please type it in. And if you ever read it before, please type it in, because I ain't never read it. Where God put a time here. I said, did God ever put a time limit on how long we're going to be here in America? So why I keep hearing these brothers, man, hey, shut up, Mark. Man, the 400 years is up. We going home soon. Where you get this from, John? The 400 years been up. We ain't going nowhere. Like the song said, he said, you ain't going nowhere. We gonna die in our iniquities. Right here. Right here, man. Nowhere in the book said and gave us a time limit. Now, when God said that King David is going to rule over who? Over the nation of Israel. Again, that's in the world to come. That's later. That's the Leolam Haba. And guess what? I want to be there. I want to meet King David. I want to meet Abraham. Those are the famous men that I want to meet. Isaac and Jacob. And I want to marvel at these men's strength that they have for God. Huh? I want to see my father again. Huh? 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 I want to be gathered to my people. Huh? Those are my people, man. So we have to take on those ways so that God can look at you the same. If we don't live the same like them, God ain't going to look at you the same like them, which makes you not the same. So we got to change our pattern of thought. We got to change the way we think. We got to change the way we dress. We got to change the way we eat. We got to change everything about us. Compare it to our forefathers. Our forefathers ate this way. You eat this way. Our forefathers dressed one way. You dress one way. The way they dress. Our forefathers' mindset was different. Your mindset got to be compared to their mindset. Because they set the pattern. I said what? That's it. They set the pattern. Our forefathers set the pattern. When you want to set your own pattern, then you just open the door and you can go. You ain't chained in these chairs. Nobody's forcing you to stay. Nobody telling you to stay. Because everybody that's here is by choice. You chose to be here. I ain't forced you to be here. I ain't forced you to be here. Everybody is sitting here on their own accord. Because that's what God wants. A willing heart. A willing heart. Because, listen here. When these laws are not done with a willing heart, then it's not accepted. When we start to do these laws and change it and add on and take away, then it's not accepted. Because we doing our own thing and we not doing what God said. We cannot continue to do and fulfill what we want without fulfilling what God wants. Right. Because it won't be accepted. Right. It won't be accepted. Thomas, where we at?
Verse 8. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blinded the wise.
What is the gift? The word for the gift is what? Shokad or shakad? Shokad, I think. Let me see. Boom. I'm going to check it out right now. Let me see. Yeah. Shokad. Shokad, when it says a gift, a shokad is a bribe. God said, don't take a bribe. He said, because the bribe does what?
Blinded the wise.
Blinded the wise.
And perverted the
words of the righteous. And that's a natural thing that happens. It's a natural thing. You may say, nah, man, I'm forgot. When a person give you, God knows human traits. I said, God knows us. And who knows us better than God? So when God says certain things, he knows what's going to be your reaction. He knows what's going to be your reaction. So he tells us, don't do it. Because you could say you ain't going to do it all you want. I'll take it and still judge. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. You think you know yourself better than God, huh? When you take this gift or when you take this bribe, inside you, you're going to start stirring up feelings. Man, this guy always look out for me. Man, he do this. Because guess what? Only a person that don't think like that cannot appreciate. Only a person that don't move like that, he don't have gratitude. And God knows the heart of man, that we are an appreciative person, a good person, or good people. Not everybody is appreciative. They was. And this law was for them. And this law was for them. Because these low down, dirty Negroes today, A nigga will come and take your money and spit in your face. That's low isn't for him. That don't fit him. A nigga will come, take what you got, and kick you down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
A nigga will come, take what you got after you done gave him, and stab you in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Not our forefathers, not these people here. That's why God said, when you take a bribe, do not take the bribe, because the bribe is going to blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous. You're going to change your words up. You're going to, what you supposed to see, what you supposed to see and perceive, I ain't seen it. Well, the brother actually said, man, come on, man. You ain't seen me do that, right? I ain't seen anybody. Then you're going to come with the good thing. You start breathing all hard because you don't want to condemn the guy because the guy be doing for you. That's why God said don't do it. God knows you better than you know yourself.
Yeah.
God knows me better than I know myself. He created us. He created us. The first creation. The last creation. Adam, mankind. He created Adam. Last in creation. He created Adam and he perceived that Adam was lonely. I said, God perceived that Adam was lonely. Adam never told him he was lonely.
No.
But he perceived it. He said, nah, everything God is like. Male and female created he them. Everything had its match. He said, but there was not a match. There was nobody there with Adam. So what God did? He said he put a deep sleep on Adam. The word for deep sleep is tardema. Now, the word deep sleep, it means, now when you are in a deep sleep, your breathing, your heartbeat, your body temperature, and brain waves reach their lowest level. It reaches such of a low level that when you start incision and cutting and doing that, he don't feel it. You're not going to feel nothing. That reminds you what? When you're in the doctor and you go to the dentist and they inject you and put you to sleep and they got to yank a tooth out, you knocked out. They yanking, you don't feel nothing. You don't feel nothing. When you wake up, you feel all the pain. That's when you feel it. It's everything's done. Huh? That's right. He said your muscles are extremely relaxed. Huh? And you are most difficult to rouse up. Right? You're in a half-conscious state, characterized by an absence of response to external stimuli. External stimuli is your body responding to medicine. Your vital signs begin to change. The example of stimuli is when you are hungry and you go eat. Whatever you feel, you react to how you feel. Okay? Now, example. Moses in the mountain. Ezra not eating. Moses went in the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. You know the mentality and the state of mind that Moses was in? 40 days and 40 nights. Not urinating, not using the toilet, not eating. He was in a complete different state of mind. Complete different zone. That's why God put leprosy on his sister, Miriam. He said, man, out of all these prophets, I speak to them in visions and dreams. He said, but this guy, Moses, I don't deal with him in that fashion. I don't deal with him like that. I speak to him face to face. He said, the appearance of God has you beheld, and you wasn't afraid to speak against my servant Moses. So when the glory of God departed, she turned leprous. She's not going to turn leprous as long as the glory of God was in the midst, because he don't dwell amongst uncleanness. He don't dwell amongst uncleanness.
Verse 9. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a
He said
stranger.
also. Verse 9. Read it again.
Thou shalt not oppress a stranger.
Thou shalt not oppress or vex a stranger. Huh? We need to teach this in all the camps. Every camp need to be taught that.
That's right.
I said every camp need to be taught that. I ain't biting my tongue, man. Every camp need to be taught that. When a white man come in the camp, treat him as one of the homeborn. Chinese come in, treat him as one of the homeborn. Spanish and Hispanics come in, treat them as one of the homeborns. We all one. What makes us one? Because we serve one God. I said we serve one God. And you ain't even sure of your own self, old blackie. I said the black man is not sure of himself. You know why? Black people ain't sure of themselves and where they came from and what they are. You know why? Because we all mixed up.
Yeah.
Everybody is mixed.
Yeah.
God tried to stop it.
Yeah.
God tried to tell us.
Yeah.
He said, don't mix and mingle
marry
the
into
holy
it.
seed. Don't marry into this nation. Don't marry into that nation. You see those Hittites over there? Stay away from them. Oh, the Canaanites, man, they got some dirty ways. Those are the worst. Those are the worst of all the nations. Stay away from them. He said the Amorites, they like to serve Baal. And a lot of discrepancy and atrocity go down with them. Stay away from them.
Right.
All these laws tells us what to stay away from because the nations did it. We didn't listen to God. We didn't destroy the 7 nations. We married into them, took on their ways and their culture, and we served their gods. Had children with them. You know how long this mingling thing been going on?
Okay.
There's no pure seed of nothing.
That's right.
I said, there's no pure seed of nothing. Ain't nothing pure here. Nothing. We all mixed up. Scattered all over the place. Dispersed us. You see what God did to us? Because he told us the only thing that's going to keep us and will keep us here in this land, we have to follow the standards that God set.
Right.
When we don't follow the standards that God set, guess what God did? He did his thing. I said he did his thing on us, man. God did it. He put us in slavery and allowed the Europeans to rule over us, the white man to do what he did. Why? Because we was despicable and we stink. We stunk before God, man. We stunk. So God allowed that to happen. That don't mean you gotta hate him. God allowed the white man to do that to you for your iniquities, for your sins, for which you have committed against him. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. So, let's read it. So now read that verse over.
Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger. For
He said, don't oppress the stranger. Why?
For ye know the heart of a stranger.
He said, because you know the heart of a stranger.
Seeing you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
He said, you were strangers in the land of Egypt. So because you know the heart of a stranger and how it feels to be a stranger, how it feels to be treated as a stranger, then guess what? He said, don't treat him that way. Don't treat them that way because you didn't like it when it was done to you. You see that? You see that? When we don't like something done to us, I shouldn't do it to that. I shouldn't want to do it to nobody. If I don't want something done to me, I shouldn't want to do it to nobody. Huh? Why we don't think like that? Yo, we don't think like that, man. We do things to people, and the same very thing that a person do to another person, they won't like it for themselves. What righteousness is that? What part of the game is that? I said, what part of the game is that, man? What part of the game is that? Oh, man, Shama did it. Was it? Mama Love said, well, you don't know Shama then. Oh, well, you don't know that person then. You don't know that person. You really don't. For you to say certain things, strangers there's a certain way we need to treat strangers. Now, we're going to dig in now. Oppress. Oppression means what? To keep someone in subservience, especially by the unjust abuse of authority. Right? A subservient person is always prepared to obey, and you abuse that. You know this guy, he's a servant. He listens. He does what he needs, what he's told. And you have people that's in authority will abuse that and take advantage of that.
Yeah.
You got people that will take advantage of that, man.
Yeah.
Tell the guy, oh man, listen, man, every time you want something from the store, you want to send him to the store. Man, you get up and go to the store and leave the man there. The man sitting down relaxing, man. Stop abusing your authority, man. Stop abusing your authority. God don't like that.
No.
God don't like that.
No.
And he don't have to move when you say move. What in the world is wrong with people? The man don't want to move. He don't want to jump over the moon. He don't want to jump over the cattle. Why you keep talking and then you get mad? Because he don't want to do it. Yo, we got some filthy ways with us, man.
Yes, we do.
We got some filthy ways with us, man. I get mad at another brother because he won't do what I asked him to do. Oh, brother, that's only if you feel like doing it. Do you feel like doing it? He said, well, nah, okay, no problem. Easy. Forget about it.
That's right.
Easy. You ain't got to do it, man. I'm going to go do it myself. I'll get it done. Why are we this way, man? I said, why are we this way? We cannot serve God. We can't serve God like this, man. There's no way we could. And look, I don't see nobody changing, man. That's a sad thing.
Same result.
You know what's sad? We hear these laws constantly over and over and over and over. But I don't see no changes, man. I don't see no changes. I don't see no changes. People stubborn up more. And they continue to get stubborn and stubborn up and stubborn up and stubborn up. I said, thou art the God. This is the God. And this is the only way to live your life. And guess what? When you find out, it's going to be too cotton picking late. It's going to be too late. God done pleaded with you enough. Huh? And if God didn't plead with you, you had man or a woman may have pleaded with you. A man or a woman may have pleaded with you and told you, listen, man, that's not the way. Hey, that's not the way. Return, that's not the way. But you allow your emotions and your cotton picking feelings that you done stirred up in your mind to distance you away from God. You playing games, you'll see. I said, you'll see. Go ahead, read.
Verse 10.
Verse 10.
In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. 6
years thou shalt sow thy land. Gave us 6 years to sow. To sow is what? To plant. That's it. I read in one book where it said, you should not plant two different type of seeds together. Because when you plant two different types of seeds together, then that fruit that comes from that is forfeited. That fruit that comes from that is profane. We are not talking about, God is not talking about pollinization. I didn't read nowhere in here where God said pollinize. I can eat the pollinized fruits. The fruits pollinize and they come together and they start growing and oh wow, I'm gonna give me that pollinized fruit and be like, I'm eat it. Because it wasn't two seeds planted together. See, we as a people have to learn to keep the book, what the book said, keep it right there, read it right there, and keep it right there. Leave it there. If the dictionary doesn't coincide with what the book said, disperse with the dictionary. If the Hebrew dictionary doesn't coincide with what the book said, get rid of that dictionary. Because the only thing truth And facts is what you read right here in this book. Right here. That's the only thing that counts. Let's read.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still.
7th year, thou shalt let it lie rest and lie still. Because the land has to work. When you pick these fruits off, now the land got to work more to push another fruit out.
Yeah, it's like the womb.
Huh? It's like the womb of a woman. She push out, get rid of her baby. The baby comes out. She delivers. Next thing, the husband comes sniffing around again. Wait a minute, man. Give the sister a break, man. She just had the baby. You want to pump her up again? You want to impregnate her again? They had space and time in between when they just had that baby. Because even when they breastfed, they didn't get them pregnant. They didn't have sex. When the woman is pregnant, she didn't have sex. Because whatever feeling, whatever trauma, whatever stress, whatever aggravation, when she gets the thrills and starts shaking, the baby feels it. I said the baby goes through the convulsions when the woman goes through a convulsion.
That's why we got little freaks growing up.
That's why you got little freaks growing up. Children, little
10 years
boys
old.
and little girls growing up like freaks.
Having sex at 9.
I know a 10-year-old. You got 10 and 9 and 8 years old losing their virginity.
Yeah.
Man, I've been masturbating from when I was 8. What?
Yeah.
You're a damn freak. 8.
Yeah.
Someone's in the womb.
I done heard do something from the job. Man, old Lucille, the maid used to come watch us. He said, man, I done lost my virginity to the maid. All from children. Why? Because the mother is pregnant and the father go and cohabitate with the mother, put the mother through so much feelings and emotions start going on. The baby goes through the thrills and the baby feels it. Anything the mother go through, the baby feels. Anything.
Sure.
So when the mother she didn't get pregnant till what, 4 or 5 years after because she got to breastfeed. Okay, she have a female child. How many days is she unclean? 80 days. While she's unclean, now she's gonna bleed. In the law, it says she's gonna bleed for 2 weeks. So she's gonna go through her menstruation for 2 weeks, and then she's gonna continue in her cleansing, in her cleansing. Let me go to the law. I don't remember how many days. There's a certain amount of days that she's gonna go for. It all includes to 80 days. If she have a male son, it's 40 days. So that's 80 days without cohabitating with your wife. And then after the 80 days is up, she's breastfeeding. Because if you get her pregnant while she's breastfeeding, guess what? The breastfeeding got to stop. Because now she got to produce the milk for the baby that's in her stomach, which is going to bring a chemical imbalance.
That's why it's a hard time.
That's right. All right, let's go to, let's finish going. Let's keep going through this chapter.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still,
Uh-huh.
that the poor of thy people may eat.
That
And what they
the 7 year is left alone. But only in the 7 year a certain people can eat from that 7 year. What is it?
The poor of
The
thy
poor of
people,
thy people,
and what they leave, the beasts of the field.
the beasts of the field,
In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard
deal with thy
and
vineyard,
thy olive yard.
with the olive yard.
6
These
days-
are my fields. This is my vineyard. This is my olive yard, which means I cannot be selfish because it's mine. Oh, it's mine. And God is telling you what to do with your vineyard. Yeah, this is your vineyard, but God gave you orders and directions and orders and rules of how to deal with your vineyard. It ain't yours. It's for the poor, the stranger, the fatherless, the beasts of the field. And then the 7 year, you better leave that thing alone. Leave it alone. Don't touch it. But only certain people can go in there and touch that in that 7 year. Huh? Then he said in Deuteronomy chapter 20, was it 22? He said, no, Leviticus 19. He said, the 4th year is holy praise to give to God. I said, the 4th year is holy praise to give to God. Right? How do you give that to God? What do you mean by giving that to God? Anything you give to the priest, you give to the Creator. Anything you give to the priest, God gets it. It don't burn on the altar. You don't burn fruits on the altar. Those are given to the high priest. Anything you give to the high priest, you give to God. Cain and Abel were brothers. Cain was a tiller of the ground. Abel was a keeper of sheep. But one was accepted and one wasn't accepted. It wasn't mentioned what Cain did to get himself specific, to get himself to be not accepted by God. Right. But God told him, he said, if you do good, I will exalt you. He said, but if you don't do good, he said, sin lie at the door. And unto you shall it be your desire.
Keep coming.
It's going to keep coming. He said, but thou shalt rule over it. You don't have to give in to iniquity. You don't have to give in to sin. You don't have to give in to those atrocious ideas, those atrocious feelings, those atrocious, abominable thoughts that comes to your mind about him or about her or about yourself or about them. Use the law to curb those thoughts. I say use the law to curb those thoughts. Use the law to curb those feelings. Use the law to curb your mental state.
Right.
And if we did that and use the law to curb the way that we think, most things that happen wouldn't happen. A lot of things that went down between family, friends, marriages, boyfriend and girlfriend, it won't happen. I say it won't happen. Sisters, brothers, it won't happen. Why? Because when that abominable thought comes in your mind, you're going to stop yourself in the brinks. Wait a minute.
That's right.
Where this thought came from? From whence cometh thou? From whence cometh the evil spirit?
That's a question.
I said that's a question. Because when those thoughts come in your mind, it's something evil that put it there. The evil in you is what made those thoughts come. You done attracted that spirit. You done attracted those thoughts. You done attracted those evil feelings because you evil. I have attracted those evil thoughts and those evil feelings. You know why? Because I'm evil. We ain't all right. I'm not all right. But guess what? I know how to order my life according to what God said. And I know how to curb those thoughts using what God said. And I know how to eject certain thoughts using what God said. And I know what to accept and what not to accept.
That's right.
Because I'm more inclined. I am more inclined to serving God than you are. So when one person can eject certain things, you will play with it. It's harder for you to do it because you ain't made your mind up yet. It's harder for you to do it.
That's correct.
Let's read it.
Verse 12. 6 days shalt thou do thy work. And on the 7th
6
day,
days thou shalt do thy work. God gave us 6 days to do what we need to do. Go ahead.
And on the 7th day thou shalt rest.
On the 7th day, he said, rest. Tom sheep.
Let thine ox and thine ass
Your
may
ox
rest.
and your ass may rest.
And the son of thy handmaid.
And the son of thy handmaid.
And the stranger.
And the stranger may be refreshed. Okay, now. Now, the word rest. Nuach. Nun shabut chet. You know what it means? It don't mean sleep in the bed. stay home, sleep in the bed, toss and turn, wake up, look at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, we got like 2
Yeah.
more hours left.
Yeah, man.
Let me lay back down and go to sleep.
Yeah.
Then you wake up again, 5 minutes.
Clock in the time.
That's not the rest that God is talking about.
Yeah, talk about it.
The rest that God is talking about means what kind of rest? Rest from labor. Rest from work. You should not be working on the Lord's Sabbath day.
That's right.
You should not be working on the Lord's Sabbath day. There are certain things that is prohibited from doing on the Lord's Sabbath day. Okay? There's rules to keeping the Sabbath day from profaning it. We don't mop and sweep on Shabbat.
That's right.
I said we don't mop and sweep on Shabbat. All the dishes that needs to be washed better be washed before the sun sets. Because we don't do housework on Shabbat. Well, it's only talking about work from your job. No, it ain't.
No, it ain't, brother.
No, it ain't.
All
No,
work
it ain't.
is a seasonal work, period.
No, it ain't. We don't wash dishes on Shabbat.
No.
We don't sweep and mop on Shabbat.
No.
One brother said, oh man, I gotta keep the camp clean. The camp ain't holy, John. Your camp is not holy. There is no camp that's holy. You know why? Because there are unclean things inside that camp. You had used an unclean chairs in that camp. That woman done sat on their period. Secondhand chairs. And then also, guess what? You don't know if a person died in there. Anybody could have died in that place, right? And anything that comes within that place becomes unclean. That's what the law says. If a person died in this house, everything in here is unclean. We are around people that have touched the dead bodies, which makes you unclean. And you can only get rid of that uncleanness. You need a high priest. You need a priest. So there's no camp that's holy. The only thing that's holy are the words that's coming out of your mouth according to the laws of God. That's it. That's it. We need to start looking up words. We need to start looking up words and find out and get in depth with the word work. Exodus 16 states the word for prepare, right? He said, you shall prepare, right? When the manna was dropping, the word prepare is hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare, to arrange, to provide. So to set up. So when you are running a camp or you're a head of a camp, you cannot set up chairs on Shabbat. You cannot remove chairs and set up tables on Shabbat. And we didn't have activities on Shabbat. The famous activity that we usually have is a unity Shabbat, where brothers drive around in large vans, and in the van consists of speakers and microphones and food, and everybody goes inside the van, and everybody grab a big speaker, pick up a speaker, niggas picking out speakers, they setting up, they doing this. That's work. That's work. That's work. Come on, man. We got to pick another day to do that. Not on Shabbat. This day is for God. This day is dedicated to God. This is God's Sabbath day. Not man's Sabbath day. Not sister's Sabbath day. This is God's Sabbath day. And there's rules and regulations that come with this day. Tamshi.
And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect. And make no mention of the names of other gods.
Wait, go back. Circumspect. Right? The word circumspect in the Hebrew is shamar. Shin mem resh. It means observe. Right? Circumspect also means to be on guard. Be on guard with who? Observe who? Be on guard with yourself. That what?
And make no mention.
Make no mention
of the names of other gods.
Of the name of other gods. Which means what? That's why when you mention JC, it's like that's why it put a tingle down my spine and my ears hurt when I hear it. I almost snapped my neck. What you saying? Come on, man. Please don't mention that name to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear none of these dudes' names
That's right.
because they are no gods and they don't get the acknowledgement. That's why God is saying, don't mention it because they're not supposed to get acknowledged. When you mention these names, you're acknowledging them.
That's right.
You're acknowledging these deities by mentioning their name.
That's right.
These people mention JC off the JC. What?
Like it ain't nothing.
Like it ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Mhm.
Time sheet.
Neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
Now let it be heard out of their mouth. Time sheet.
3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year.
3 times.
3 feasts.
3 times. There are 3 specific feasts that we need to keep out the year. Go ahead.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened
The
bread.
feast of unleavened bread.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days,
As I commanded thee,
as I commanded
in
thee,
the time appointed of the month Abib.
in the time appointed of the month Abib, the feast of unleavened bread. Did the book state anything about yeast or baking soda? Did we have yeast or baking soda?
No.
So how did we make the bread leavened? That's homework. But we're going to get into it.
Right.
We're going to go into that chapter because the Feast of Unleavened Bread is right around the corner.
Hmm.
It's right around the corner. And when it's talking about, this was just consisting of bread. Now we have to read ingredients to see what has baking soda and yeast in it and get it out the house. Our forefathers ain't had to do that. They didn't have to do that because they made their own food. They ate the fruit of the land. They ate their own vegetables, and they cooked their own food. They didn't have to go buy it from other people. Okay, go ahead, read.
For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty.
In it thou came out of Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Time sheet.
And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field. And the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before the Lord God.
3 times in the year shall what?
Shall all thy males appear before the Lord God.
Now these 3 appointed times, we gotta appear in Jerusalem because it's not accepted here.
Right.
And guess what? We only do it here to keep ourselves, what's the word? To keep ourselves intact, in tune with God. But we serve the same God then is the same God now. When we do the Feast of Unleavened Bread, God don't accept it. Because that's supposed to go in the land. You know what's the only thing that we really could do here? It's Shabbat. And we play with the Shabbat. And we joke around with the Shabbat. Yes. But we keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We keep the Feast of Booth. We keep Yom Kippur. We keep all these things to keep our mind intact and stay in tune with God. You better keep it. I'm going to continue to keep it. Tobit did it when he was in Assyria. Was it Syria? Tobit did it, and he still kept it. It wasn't accepted, but he still did it. It's still, yes, huh? He had a goodly dinner. He said, ain't no feast, but I'm going to have me a nice dinner. Shabbat come, I'm going to cook me a nice dinner. Oh, the Feast of Unleavened is here. Oh, I'm going to cook me a nice dinner. We're going to gather together to keep this memory, a memorial. Let's keep it going and keep our minds in tune and show God that if we was in the land, it would be kept. We'll be doing it. We'll be keeping it. So I'm going to continue to keep these days. I'm going to continue because guess what? God despised those days now. He despised our Sabbath. He said, away with the feast. Yes. You know why? You know what made God despise these things? Despise those days? Because of you. You are the reason why God said, I do away with your Sabbaths. I don't want your sacrifices. You know what God wants? Obedience.
He wants you to listen.
He said, all God wants us to do is listen, hearken, listen. Because if we listen, then when we listen, there's a thing that comes after you listen. When you listen, you will do it. Action comes when you're truly listening and hearkening. You're going to put forth the action. You're going to start doing. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of thy first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. I'm in 19.
Go ahead, Thompson.
The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk.
So whosoever lie with a beast shall surely be put to death. You got to be sick to want to cohabitate and have sex with a dog, an animal, a horse, a cow, a sheep. And you got people with that same mindset. But this was the same mindset of these foreign nations. These laws that God told us not to do, those was the mindset of the foreigners, of all those foreign nations. That's why God said destroy them. Because I don't need you following after their ways. I don't need you thinking like them. I don't need you following them. It's very important with who you walk with. Very important. Because for somehow or some way, the tendency and the ways of this person, you end up following. You're going to end up doing the same thing they do. Now God going to look at you the same. Go ahead, Tom C.
Verse 20. Behold, I sent an angel before thee to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him.
The angel don't have the mercy of God. The angel don't have the compassion and the pity of God. His name, God's name is in them. So when we violate the laws and the commandments of God, the angel will come at you. God got to stop us. I said, God got to stop them. The same thing remind me with King Saul. When the angel was when the spirit was going at him and God had to stop him, he said, hold on. He said, you don't see Ahab, how he humbled himself? He said, you don't see how he humbled himself? He said, all right, give him a reprieve. The angels don't have the mercy of God, man. They're going to move on the order. They're going to move. Once you violate, they're against you. God, I got to stop him. Tom C.
Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him.
For my name is in him. That's right.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemy.
An enemy to thine enemy.
And an adversary unto thine adversary.
An adversary to your adversary.
For mine angel shall go before thee.
What verse you at?
23. For mine angel shall go before thee, and bring thee in unto the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods nor serve them.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods nor serve them. Okay. Now, go ahead. Now, to bow down is what? The word for bow down is tishtakawe. Right? Tishtakawe, it means to worship. Worship is an extreme form of love for God. I said when you worship God, it's an extreme form of love for God. It's a type of unquestioning. It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God that you don't question what you read. But for this to happen, it all got to start with belief. In order for you not to question God, you got to believe God.
Right.
Why people have so much question? Because they don't got no belief. It's plain and simple. You can read it right here. It's plain to see. And when you show the person, they still have questions.
Belief is very weak.
Because you don't have no belief in God. You don't got no belief in God, so you question everything. And because you came in with hang-ups, you haven't let go of your past and everything that was taught you. So because you haven't let go of your past, now you start comparing God's word with what you was taught. God's word with what you was taught. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them,
nor do after their work.
Nor serve them, nor do after their work. The word for their work is kema asayim. Their work, their practices, their traditions. Huh? What is a tradition? A tradition is an inherited pattern of thought. An inherited pattern of thought, which means this pattern of thought was passed down from the parents.
That's your belief system.
Huh? That's your belief system that the parents has installed in the child from this high. You train the child in the way that you want the child to go from this high.
That's right.
And that child, and if you teach them fervently in the laws of God, it don't have to stick. It don't. It don't stick all the time. But with some, it do stick. So I had to tell my son, I said, when you go to school and they say Jake, name, Jakes, you can't get angry at them. You don't have to fight them. You don't have to get violent with them. You don't do that. You make sure you don't stay that. And you make sure you stay away from those people. But you cannot fight everybody that does not accept your way. Because God get everybody a choice. God get everybody a choice. Look, he even gave Adam and Eve a choice. Commanded Adam, he said, hey, of every tree in the garden thou mayest freely eat, but that tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't eat from it. And the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. But the adversary knew who to go to. I said the serpent knew who to go to. He knew that he couldn't beguile Adam. And he knew if he went to Adam, he couldn't beguile him and trick him. So he went to Eve. He said, and then he returned the same question and asked her the same question that God said. He said, did God say, thou shalt not eat of every tree in the garden? God ain't said that. He said, of every tree in the garden thou mayest freely eat. He gave a trick question.
Trick question, that's what that is.
A trick question. He said, did God say, he wanted to hear her say it. He said, no. God said that of every tree in the garden thou mayest freely eat. He said, but the tree that's in the midst of the garden. He said, don't eat from it. She said, neither shall ye touch it. And the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. He said, oh, you ain't going to die. He said, but God knows. You're going to be like gods, knowing both sides. You're going to know good and you're going to know evil. You're going to know both sides of the coin. And then guess what the serpent did? He increased her desire. Oh my goodness. Check it out. And see and realize how this thing works. Before you depart from God, there's a reason that stirred up within you that caused you to depart and leave. The adversary has stirred up your desire, stirred up your feelings for whatever it is that blocked you, that caused you to be out the door. Huh?
Teach.
Huh? I said, that's how it moves. That's the way it is, man. Realize and understand what happens when a person depart away from God. What caused that person to depart and leave off from God? Because whatever it is that you done conjured up in your mind, God, the serpent or the devil, stirred those feelings up to push you out. To push you out, man. See, we got to go upstairs. We got to go upstairs, man. We can't remain here. We got to go up. We got to go up. Because the battle is here. The battle is with every one of you that have decided to serve God. And if you didn't have good in you, you wouldn't be inquiring about God. You wouldn't been curious. You got good in you, man. That's why God saw fit to open your eyes to these laws, commandments, and statutes. We all got good in us, man. It depends now what you do with it. Can you strengthen the good in you, or you can deplete it? How do you strengthen the good in you? By taking heed to his laws, by pushing for these laws. You can deplete it by going against God and doing things that's going to cause God to push you away. Let's read.
But thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. Verse 25.
Quite break down their images. Right? The word for images is matzebah. Now, a matzebah is a monument, a tombstone, a personal memorial. I said a personal memorial of the dead. A personal memorial of the dead. You hear that? Matzebah. Let me go over it again. A matzebah is a monument, tombstone, or a personal memorial of the dead. What is a personal memorial? A personal memorial is something designed to preserve the memory of a person as a monument or a holiday. Columbus Day, Abraham Lincoln Day. Everybody got a day. This one got a day. And guess what? We do the same thing. I said we do the same thing. My grandma died 2 years ago. Man, this is the day my grandmother died. He said, man, you know what? We're going to have a little few drinks and we're going to have a little party celebrating the memory of my grandmother. No, you abominable, despicable soul. Want to follow after the ways and the customs of the heathen so bad.
That's right.
We're going to celebrate the life of, we are celebrating nothing. The man's dead, bury him, and that's it. You can think on him. You can cry for him. I still cry for my father. I still think on my father. But there ain't no personal memorial and having no party. And the day that he died on this one, I'm not taking a drink for it. I don't have a paper. We cannot have these papers. Those obituaries in loving memory of so-and-so from 1917 to 2024. Sunrise to sunset. He lit. No. Then you got the picture up there. That's called a matzebah. Get rid of it. Right? A personal memorial is something designed to preserve the memory of a person as a monument or a holiday. A written statement, memorial service dedicated to one who died. Why you think we ain't have memorial services? Why you think we didn't have funeral services?
That's right.
Why you think I didn't have a funeral service?
That's right.
Because I buried my father according to our forefathers.
That's a fact.
The same way my forefathers buried their dead, I buried my father. My father don't have a tombstone. He just got a marking. We didn't have a funeral service. We didn't have no wake. Everybody that was going to come bury him, we come, we gather, we take them, we bury them.
That's right.
Like our forefathers. Listen here. In order to gain the attention of God, we got to do everything the same way that we read here in the book. We don't have repasts. What repast? Oh, well, the repast will be next week at such and such time with food and everybody gathered. Make our hand with that. Tell me and show me where Abraham had a repast for Sarah. Show me where Isaac had a repast for his mother. Show me where they had a repast for Moses when he passed. Show me where they had a repast for Aaron. Where in the book did they have a repast? So why do we do things that's not in the book? Lord have mercy. When are we going to stop?
Right.
When are we going to realize that we are not like these people?
That's right.
When are we going to realize that we are not like these people? We are different. We are separated. God gave us these laws to separate us from the people that we live amongst. We are not supposed to follow after these people customs, their traditions, their practices. Read.
And you shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy
He
water.
said, ye shall serve the Lord thy God. And God is going to bless your bread,
and thy water.
and your water.
And I will take sickness from
And I
the
will
midst
remove
of thee.
sickness from the midst of thee.
There shall nothing cast their young,
Nothing gonna cast their young.
nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before thee, and I will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come.
What verse you at?
27. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee. I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before thee. I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year.
Okay, let's cut that. And let's go to 1 Samuel. Is it chapter 27? Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 28. Now we're going to get into what is or how do we get this bread leavened? How do we make the bread leavened without having baking soda and yeast? And we want to buy matzos.
Oh boy.
But in all reality, matzos is not bread. Matzos is crackers. It's not bread.
That's not bread.
That is not what they ate.
That's right.
That's not what my forefathers ate.
That's right.
And according to what I read, God said to follow the what? The ancient path. Follow the way they did it. Don't follow the modern stuff. Don't follow the Jews. We always want to follow the Jews. Today, brother, is Pashat. The Pashat for today. What Pashat? What portion? I teach whatever I want to teach. I go into whatever I want to go into. When Ezra expounded on the law, he didn't have a portion. He read the whole book. But we always want to follow the Jews.
You hate white people.
We want to follow the Jews all the time. All the time. And everything that we do, we follow the Jews. Now, dude, want to go to the rabbinical school. Slow, Rabbi.
Yeah.
Slow, Rabbi. How you doing, Rabbi? Well, I've been in rabbinical school for 20 years. So what? You've been in rabbinical school for 20 years. You still eating blood and fat. So how much rabbinical are you learning?
Yeah.
What type of rabbinical? What are you learning? And now Israelites go to rabbinical school and teach the law according to the rabbinical, to the rabbi. Judaism. They want to include Judaism and what they learn in rabbinical schools with the laws of God. That's what's happening right now. Because I hear it the way you speak. Let's read, man.
1 Samuel chapter 28. And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered their armies together for warfare to fight with Israel. And Achish said unto David, know thou assuredly.
Was a man from the Philistines. Okay, go ahead.
Know thou assuredly that thou shalt go out with me to battle, thou and thy men. And David said to Achish, surely thou shalt know what thy servant can do.
He said, listen, Achish went, he said, listen, man. He said, you're going to know what your sword, you're going to see how I get down. He said, I'm nice with the sword, man. Watch. You're going to see. He said, I'm coming out with you to war, and you're going to see how nice I am. Go ahead.
And Achan said to David, therefore will I make thee keeper of mine head forever. Now Samuel was dead. And all Israel
was dead.
had lamented him.
All Israel has lamented him. Read.
And buried him in Ramah, even in his own city.
Buried him in Ramah.
And Saul had put away those that had familiar spirits
and
the wizards out of the land.
So Saul, he put all the familiar spirits and the wizards and all the psychics and divinations, he cast them out the land. He told them to leave. They can't come in with the land. Go ahead, read.
And the Philistines gathered themselves together and came and pitched in Shunem. And Saul gathered all Israel together, and they pitched in Gilboa. And when Saul saw the host of the Philistines, he was afraid, and his heart greatly trembled.
He was afraid, and his heart greatly trembled because God wasn't with him. God had departed away from him.
He didn't have that confidence.
So he didn't have that confidence. So yes, he's going to be afraid. He was scared, and he knew that God wasn't with him. See, you know the difference with these people? These people was able to tell when God is with them and when God is not with them. That's how close they was. We cannot tell whether God with us or not. We can't tell. Through certain situations, if you ask God, let this go down, let this happen, and it happen, okay, you'll see. But on the up and up, sometimes God will be with you in one instance, and then a couple minutes after, guess what? The Spirit of God done distant himself. You don't push them away because you done accepted or allowed these abominable thoughts. I didn't have to do nothing. Just the way we think would cause God to depart.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
Forward thoughts.
When Saul inquired of the Lord answered him not.
Saul inquired of God, and when he inquired of God, God didn't answer. He was angry. At that point in time, God had despised him. He despised him because God gave him a command. And he did not hearken to the command that God gave him concerning the Amalekites. Okay, Tom Sheep.
The Lord answered him not.
God didn't answer him.
Neither by dreams.
By dreams.
Nor by Urim.
By Urim.
Nor by prophet.
Nor by prophet. Go ahead.
Then says Saul.
When he went to the priest to get an answer, God didn't answer. He went to prophets, God didn't give him an answer. God. Go ahead, read.
Then said Saul unto his servants, seek me a woman that hath a familiar spirit, that I may go to her and inquire of her. And his servant said to him, behold, there is a woman that hath a familiar spirit at Endor.
Look, he told his servant. He said, listen, I need you to go seek me a familiar spirit. Right? The servant didn't correct Saul. King Saul, and said, man, it's King Saul, you know, you're not. No. He didn't correct him. He stayed in his place. King know he ain't supposed to be consulting and seeking out no familiar spirit. But one thing we need to realize is that when they lost contact with God, it bothered them. It bothered them. They couldn't function right. Once they lost that contact with God and God has departed away from them, they got desperate. Because they depended on God 100%. So when he started doing that, he said the spirit of discipline done flee from the seat. It's not going to remain. It ain't going to stay. Tom Sheep.
And David said to Achish, surely thou shalt know what thy servant can do.
Verse 8.
Verse 8?
Yeah.
And Saul disguised himself and put on other raiment, and he went, and 2 men with him, and they came to the woman by night.
And Saul disguised himself and put on other raiments. So when you disguise yourself, you change your customary appearance, your customary dress. There is an order and there is a way that the dress wear that comes with serving God. There is a dress wear that comes with being a Hebrew. And when you come out of that dress wear, you are in disguise. God didn't give us suit and ties. I said, God didn't give us suit and tie. And what are you doing when coming to the Lord's convocation in a suit and tie? And now everybody look at you and say, look at that brother, man, he clean. He's sharp. Look at him with his blazer on and his suit and tie and his lapels. But God ain't give us suit and ties and lapels.
Yeah, talk about it.
God ain't give us that.
Yeah, talk about it.
I said, God did not give us that. You know what he gave us? He gave us robes. He gave us garments. Huh? He gave us mantles.
That penguin
Huh?
attire.
That's how God dressed us. We want to look like penguins.
Yeah.
Do we know the history of a suit and tie?
That's where it comes from.
Do we know the history of the necktie, of the bow tie?
Yeah.
It stems from slavery.
Yeah.
All right, we need to stop dressing like that.
Slavery and
Stop
bird
coming to
worship.
teachers in suit and ties
Bird worship.
with strings hanging on the side, like you clean,
You look foolish.
like you clean. Tom sheet.
And they came to the woman by night and said, I pray thee, divine unto me by the familiar spirit, and bring me him up, whom I shall name unto thee. And the woman said unto him, behold, thou knowest what Saul had done.
Oh, you hear what she told him? She said, listen, hold up. You trying to set me up. She said, you know what Saul did. Go ahead.
Behold, thou knowest what Saul had
He
done.
said, you know what Saul did.
How he cut off those that had familiar
How he
spirits,
cut off those that had familiar
and
spirits.
the wizards out of the land.
Uh-huh.
Wherefore then layest thou a snare for my life to cause
You
me
trying to trap.
to die?
Now, why did Saul consort of the familiar spirit was to get an answer from God. That's why he's seeking a familiar spirit. Because God wasn't answering him by Urim and Thummim. God wasn't answering him by prophets. God wasn't answering him at all. God didn't want nothing to do with King Saul.
Deleted blocked.
So he was cut off from conversation,
Contact.
from contact. Go ahead, read.
And Saul sware to her by the Lord, saying, as the Lord liveth, there shall no punishment happen to thee for this thing. Then said the woman, whom shall I bring up unto thee? And he said, bring me up Samuel. And when the woman saw Samuel, she cried with a loud voice, and the woman spake to Saul, saying, why hast thou deceived me?
She called up Samuel. So when she saw Samuel, she said, look at him. She said, man, you deceived me. You tricked me. Go ahead, read.
But thou art Saul.
She said, you saw.
And the king said unto her, be not afraid.
He said, don't be afraid.
For what sawest
She
thou?
said, what did you see? Because when he came up, she screamed.
Scream.
She said, oh my gosh. She said, what? She said, man, so Samuel like, well, King Saul like, man, well, hold up, man. What you screaming about? What did you see? She called up Samuel. What she said?
The woman said unto Saul, I saw gods.
She said, man, he wasn't coming up alone. She said she called up Samuel. She said, Samuel coming up and other gods, other men coming up, a whole train. Look. Go ahead, read.
I saw gods ascending out of the
Ascending
earth.
out of the earth. Samuel ain't the only one coming up. Because the righteous and pious men by God are protected even when they're dead. They have a host with them that come up with them.
The goon squad.
Go ahead, read.
And he said unto her, what form is he of?
He said, what form is he of?
And she said, an old man cometh up,
An old man coming up.
and he's covered with a mantle.
Whatever you die in, that's what you get buried in. You don't want to die in the heathenistic apparel. You don't want to die in an apparel that God didn't give you. Because if you die in a suit and tie, that's how you're going to come up in a suit and tie. I want to die in a robe. What God clothed Adam and Eve in. He clothed them in robes and garments and mantles. That's our attire. So that's what I want to go down in. Go ahead.
And Saul perceived that it was Samuel.
Saul perceived that it was Samuel.
And he stooped with his face to the ground. And
Prostrated
bowed himself.
himself.
And Samuel said to Saul, why hast thou disquieted me?
Disquietest me. The word for disquiet is what? Ragaz. It means to disturb. It means to agitate. To agitate means to excite or trouble the mind or feelings. To disturb. Why did you disturb me? Now, one thing we need to realize, when you die, the rest, when you die, is a peaceful rest that you don't want to be disturbed in that rest. My father used to do witchcraft, right? And one point in time, this was before he knew of himself. So he called up my grandfather's spirit. But one thing you need to do that is the headstone, a tombstone. You go to the headstone, he conjured up called up the spirit. He said, his grandfather told me, he said, leave me alone. I want to rest. He said, wow. He said, I never went back and did that. Never went back and did that. And when he came into knowledge of who he was and the things that he was doing was despised by God and hated by God, he never went back. And for the rest of his life, he said, man, I fasted and prayed for these things that I've done in my past and hope that God will forgive me. Because we don't have offerings to send up for sin offerings. We don't have burnt offerings no more. So we got to depend on and hope that God forgive us, and we got to put forth the works and show God that we're truly sorry for what we did in our past. That way means what? We don't go back. We don't go back, man. That's why he said the key thing right there is always maintain a guilty conscience. Always maintain a guilty conscience, because when you maintain that guilty conscience, you are always wrong before God. I'm always in making repairs and correcting myself. I'm always continue to correct myself in life because I'm keeping that guilty conscience. That's what's going to keep me or push me to make an amends before God. Tom Sheep.
Why hast thou disquieted me to bring me up? And Saul answered, I am sore distressed, for the Philistines make war against me. I'm sore distressed. For the Philistines make war against me.
The Philistines make war against me.
And God has departed from me.
And God has departed from me.
And answereth me no more.
He don't answer me
neither
no more.
By prophets, nor by dreams.
By dreams.
Therefore I have called thee, that thou mayest make known unto me what I shall do. Then said Samuel, wherefore then doest thou ask of me, seeing the Lord is departed from thee, and is become thine enemy?
He done called up Samuel from the dead, and he's conversing with Samuel. So Samuel he said, why you call me, seeing that God has departed from you? Go ahead.
And has become thine enemy.
And has become your enemy.
And the Lord hath done to him as he spake by me. For the Lord hath rent the kingdom out of thine hand.
He done rent the kingdom from your hand.
And given it to thy neighbor.
And given it to your neighbor, even to David. Tom Sheep.
And because thou obeyest not the voice of the Lord.
He said, because thou obeyest not the voice of God.
Nor executest his fierce
wrath upon Amalek. Why God had beef with Amalek? What was the reason why God had beef with Amalek? Because he remembered what Amalek did to the nation when they left out of Egypt. See, when we was leaving out of Egypt, Amalek was hitting us and killing us from behind. And God did not forget that. Because this is my nation. This is my people. This is my possession. So God didn't forget the things that these nations did to his people, which, okay? Go ahead, read.
Because thou obeyest not the voice of the Lord, nor executest his fierce wrath upon Amalek, therefore hath the Lord done this thing unto thee this day. Moreover, the Lord will also deliver Israel with thee into the hand of the Philistines. And tomorrow shalt thou and thy sons be with me.
He said, tomorrow, God is going to deliver you into the hands of the Philistines, and tomorrow you and your sons going to be with me. Y'all dying. Y'all dying tomorrow. Read.
The Lord also shall deliver the host of Israel into the hand of the
Philistines.
Then Saul fell straightway all along on the earth, and was sore afraid because of the words of Samuel. And there was no strength in him.
There was no strength in him.
For he had eaten no bread all day.
He ate all day. No, all night. He was on fast.
And the woman came unto Saul and saw that he was sore troubled.
The woman, the witch of Endor, came unto Saul. She said, man, this man is troubled, man. Go ahead.
And said unto him,
look what she told him.
Behold, thine handmaid hath obeyed thy voice.
Listen, your handmaid had obeyed your voice. I did what you asked me. Go ahead.
And I have put my life in my hand.
And I done put my life in my hand doing what you said by conjuring up and bringing up Samuel.
And have hearkened unto thy words which thou spakest unto me. Now therefore I pray thee, hearken thou also unto the voice of thine handmaid.
Hearken now to the voice of thine handmaid.
And let me set a morsel of bread before thee, and eat, that thou mayest have strength, when thou goest on thy way.
Read.
But he refused.
But he refused.
And said, I will not eat.
And said, I will not eat.
But his servants together with the woman compelled him. And he hearkened unto their voice. So he arose from the earth and sat upon the bed. And the woman had a fat calf
The woman had a fat calf in the house.
And she hasted.
And she hasted.
And killed it.
And killed it.
And took flour.
And took flour. The word for flour is meal or flour. Quemak. Right? And what?
And took flour and kneaded it. And did bake unleavened bread thereof.
Okay. So now, like I said, we didn't have baking soda or yeast. So how do we make the bread leavened? Right? Now, when they left out of Egypt, the kneading trowels was bounded up.
Yeah.
They couldn't knead the dough. Yeah. Now, the word for unleavened, right? The word for kneaded. The word for kneaded is talash. Talash means to pluck. Right? To pluck means what? When they pluck, the only way to pluck, you had to have a dough made. The dough was already sitting there. We don't know how long the dough was sitting there. It could have been sour. It couldn't have been sour. We don't know. Okay? So now brother said if the dough is sitting there and it becomes sour, it's unleavened, which is wrong. Because there's two words, kametz and kamatz. Kametz means leaven. Kamatz means sour. Nowhere in the book has kamatz. So we're not talking about sour. Okay? So that bread could be sour and still be unleavened bread. Okay? So now the word was what? Where is it? Kneaded. Kneaded. The word for kneaded is talash. It means to pluck. Right? And did bake unleavened bread. They didn't need it. Because if you knead the dough, that's what's going to begin the leavening process. Okay, so let's go to Hosea chapter 7. Let's go to Hosea chapter 7. Got it? Hosea chapter 7, verse 1. Thompson.
When I would have healed Israel, then the iniquity of Ephraim was discovered.
Hold up 1 second. Verse chapter 7, verse 1. Okay. Go ahead, Thompson.
When I would have healed Israel, then the iniquity of Ephraim was discovered.
Oh my goodness. Okay. He said, when I would have healed Israel. What heal from what? From sickness? Heal the nation from sin, from iniquity, from violation of the laws and the commandments of God. That's the healing process that God is talking about. When he removed iniquity from amongst us, when he removed the desire to commit iniquity and that evil that we have in us, that's when God heals us. He said, when I would have healed Israel, then what? Then the iniquity of Ephraim was discovered. The word for discovered is gala. It means to remove. So when God had healed Israel, then Ephraim was removed. Right? Go ahead, read.
And the wickedness of Samaria, but they have committed falsehood. And the thief cometh
in. The iniquity of Ephraim was removed. He said, the wickedness of Samaria, Tamshi.
For they commit falsehood.
For they commit falsehood.
And the thief cometh in. And the troop of robbers spoil it without. And they consider not in their hearts that I remember all their wickedness.
He said, they ain't consider. And they ain't acknowledge that God remembered everything that we done did in violation of his laws, commandments, and statutes. Okay, read.
Now their own doings have beset them about.
Now your own doings has beset them about. The word for beset them about is sabab, samek, bait. My own doings is what turns me aside. My own doings, because of the things that I have done in my life, is what caused me to turn back. Now you see why people can come into knowledge of God, and then a year, 6 months, 2 years later, 5 years later, because of my own doings that I have done in my life, would cause me to be on the outside looking in, because you caused this on your own self with the works of your own hands. You did it to yourself. Tom Shee.
Now their own doings have beset them about. They are before my face. They make the king glad with their wickedness and the princes with their lies. They are all adulterers.
They're all adulterers.
As an oven
heated by the baker,
who sees it from raising.
After
he had kneaded the
dough.
Until it be
leavened. This is plain and simple. So when you knead the dough, that's the beginning of the leavening process. This is why we cannot eat matzos, because the matzos, the dough, is put in a machine. And it's kneaded and kneaded and kneaded. And how those crackers get so light and thin? Because they knead the hell out of it. They keep kneading it and kneading it until it gets so light. They flatten it and then bake it. And then that's how it gets. But the kneading, when you knead the dough, that's what causes the dough to be leavened. You don't need baking soda and you don't need yeast. Just knead it. Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalms 39. Got it? Tom Sheet.
Psalms chapter 39. I said, I will take heed to my ways.
Wait a minute. He said, I said. You know who wrote these songs? That's King David. He said, I said. He said, I will take heed to my ways. The word for taking heed is shamad. It means to observe. And when you are observing your ways, you're going to take notice of. You're going to take notice of and register it as being significant. So listen, when you're taking heed to your ways, in order for you to take heed to your ways, you got to notice that your ways is despicable and hated before God. You got to notice that my ways stink before God. So now it says, when you take notice that your ways stink before God, you have to register it. What do you mean by register? Accept it. Acknowledge that your ways stink before God. Don't pat yourself on the back. Acknowledge that your ways stink before God. Because if I don't acknowledge that my ways stink before God, then I ain't going to change. Ain't going to change. It's going to happen. Okay? Now, after you register it as being significant. Significant meaning what? Important, to be worthy of attention. This needs attention. I need to change this. I need to put some work in with myself to change my ways before God. Tom Shee.
I will take heed to my ways, that I sin not with my tongue.
That I sin not with my tongue. Yes, you can sin with the words of your mouth. Your ways will cause you to say things out of your mouth that will cause your flesh to sin. That's why God said, take heed of your ways.
I will keep my mouth with a bridle.
I will keep my mouth with a bridle.
While the wicked is before me.
You got to watch what you say. He said, keep a bridle with something that holds your mouth. You can't open it. You ever seen the dog with something around their mouth to where they come to you, but they can't open their mouth, they can't bite you? That's a muzzle. That's what you call a bridle. Mouth is held down. Tom Shee.
I was dumb with silence. I held my peace, even from good, and my sorrow was stirred.
Hold up right there. Now, what are your ways? Right? The word for ways is dedek. Dedek means your mode, manner, ways of living, and custom. Those are all includes in your ways. So what is a custom? Customs become a habit. Customs become habitual, okay? Or long established practices. I've been doing this and living this way so long that it has become a custom. It's established now. It's in you. It's a part of me, right? A custom become habitual, which describes a person's character and the way you think and your feelings. That's what describes, that's how you can tell who a person is according to their lifestyle and their customs and their traditions and the things that they do in their lives.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, what are ways of living? Ways of living consist of habits, customs, and beliefs. Okay? Your manners is a person's outward bearing or way of behaving towards others. Go ahead, Tamshi.
I held my peace even from good, and my sorrow was stirred.
I held my peace even from good. Go ahead.
My heart was hot.
What verse you at?
Verse 3.
Okay, I see. I was done with silence. I held my peace even from good. You know, there's a certain time when you need to close your mouth. There's a certain time when you need not to say nothing. Good or bad. There's a certain time when it's needed to open your mouth and say. And there's a certain time when you need to shut your mouth. Yes. There are certain times when I need to keep my mouth shut and not say nothing. We don't know that. We don't know when to shut up. We continue talking and talking and talking till you dig yourself into the ditch longer, deeper, because you keep talking. Tom She.
My heart was hot within me.
He said, I held my peace even from good, and my sorrows were stirred up. Tom She.
My heart was hot within me.
My heart was stirred up within me.
While I was musing, the fire burned. You know what's the word for musing? Hagig. Hagig means to meditate. While I was meditating, while I was thinking, he said, while I'm thinking, I'm getting riled up. I'm getting more stirred up. I'm getting more angry. Read. Then spake I with my tongue, Lord, make me to know mine end.
He said, King David asked God for some serious things. He said, Lord, he said, make me to know my end. The word for end is kuf zadeh yod, quick z. It means end of time. I want to know my end of times. We all have a different end. My end is not your end. Your end is not that person's end. We all have a different way or different end of how we gonna leave this earth. Right. And depending on how you leave this earth, you will be able to tell whether you're blessed or cursed. Tom She. He said, make me to know my end. Why I say that? And the measure of my days. How long I'm gonna live? Tom She.
What it is that I may know how frail I am.
What it is that I may know how frail I am. So he asked the God of the spirits of all flesh, I want to know my end and how long I'm going to live so I can know how frail I am. The word for frail is kadal, means forsaken. It means rejected. So by me knowing my end of times, right, and how long I live, I will know if I was rejected of God. I will know if I was forsaken of God. Okay? To reject means to be despised. To forsake means to renounce or turn away from entirely. When God turned away from you, Come She.
Behold, thou hast made my days as an handbreadth, and mine age is nothing before thee. Verily, man at his best state is altogether vanity.
Man at his best state is altogether vain. Vanity is inflated feelings. Inflated feelings of pride in your superiority to others. Superiority to others. You're beneath me, and you look at the person as beneath you, and you treat the person as being beneath you. That's why when you treat the person as being beneath you, you start to do and say things to the person because you feel you're obligated to do so. That's wrong. That's completely out the box. Tom Sheep.
Surely every man walketh in a vain show.
Surely every man walketh in a vain show. A vain show is when you do things to be noticeable in the eyes of people. You do things to get attention. You do things to get noticed. That's a form of pride.
The whole world.
Tom Sheep.
Surely they are disquieted in vain.
Uh-huh.
He heapeth up riches and knoweth not who shall gather them.
He says, surely they are disquieted in vain. Okay, go ahead.
And now, Lord, what wait I for? My hope is in thee. Deliver me from all my transgressions. Make me not the reproach of the foolish. I was dumb. I opened not my mouth because thou didst it.
Now, it said, to take heed to your ways that I sin not with my mouth. Right? Hold it right there. Now, what is sin? Sin is a vitiated state of human nature. Iniquity has become our nature, in which the self is estranged with God. By us sinning and breaking these laws is what causes us to be estranged and pulled away from God, pushed away from the Creator. Now, vitiated. Vitiated means to make faulty or defective. So when we sin, we become faulty and defective by God. What is faulty? Fault is what? Moral weakness. Moral weakness is when a person gives in to their desires. The moral weak person knows the good, but does what is wrong. Right? Now, what is defective? Lack of something necessary for perfection with God. You lack something. There is something missing that causes me to get closer to God. There's a quality. There's a character. There's something missing that's in the way of me getting close with God. Tom Sheep.
Verse 7.
Tom Sheep.
And now, Lord, what wait I for? My hope is in thee. Deliver me from all my transgressions.
Deliver me from all my sins.
Make me not the reproach of the foolish.
Tom Sheep.
I was dumb. I opened not my mouth because thou didst it.
He said, I open not my mouth because I acknowledge and I recognize that God did it.
God did this, so I didn't say nothing about it.
God did it. I didn't ask God why. I realize and understand that God did it. And God got his reason why he did it. He ain't got to tell you why. He said, I acknowledge and I realize that, guys, I ain't open my mouth. I ain't got nothing to say because you did it, oh Lord. Tom Sheep.
Remove thy stroke away from me. I am consumed by the blow of thine hand.
He says, enough. Your chastisement is enough. He said, I'm consumed from your chastisement. He said, remove it from me. Give me a break, please.
When thou with rebukes does correct man for iniquity, thou makest his beauty to consume away like a moth. Surely every man is vanity.
He said, when thou with rebuke does correct man for his iniquity. You hear that? You hear that? So when God rebuke you, it's because of the sins that I have committed. When God don't rebuke you, he don't care about you. So don't think that because everything is going right and going good for you means you're blessed. And now I'm getting what I want. I got a big, good job, and I'm saving my money, and I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But God ain't rebuke you and chastising you, showing you where you're doing wrong. You need to worry. That's when I need to worry and say, wait a minute. God hasn't rebuked me and chastised me and showed me nothing. But I continue to prosper in life. I said, I continue to prosper in life. But I'm doing things contrary to what God said. You need to sit down and think. You're in a bad position. When a parent
chastise a child, he chastised, the father chastised the child because he loves the child, and I want the child to walk upright. The same way you deal with your children is the way God deals with you.
Same way.
If he loves you, he will rebuke you and correct you. But you don't get no correction and you don't get no rebuke because there must be no love there.
No love.
Tom Sheep.
Verse 10. Remove thy stroke away from me. I am consumed by the blow of thine hand. When thou with rebukes doest correct man for iniquity, thou makest his beauty to consume away like a moth. Surely every man is vanity. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and give ear to my cry. Hold not thy peace at my tears.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 18. Got it?
Got it.
Sounds good.
But it came to pass when he made an end of speaking unto Saul, that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David. Jonathan loved him as his own soul.
He said Jonathan was the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. The word for knit is quashad, means bind together. It was knit. You know when something is knit together, it's hard to separate it. Can't separate it. When you interwoven two material and make it as one, you can't separate that. The only thing that put that separation between them was his father, because Jonathan he kept going at his father to show him the mind and the heart of David, that it wasn't that way with David, but he had that evil spirit on him. That last time when he seen him was with the new moons. And he shot those arrows out. He said he didn't see the face of David no more. Come see.
And Saul took him that day and will let him go no more home to his father's house.
He didn't go back home to his father's house no more. Go ahead, read.
Jonathan and David made a covenant because he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that was upon him and gave it to David and his garments.
Jonathan stripped himself of the robe. Did it say he stripped himself of a suit and tie?
No.
Or a sweater, a hoodie?
No.
No, of a robe, a me'il. Tom see, that was upon him.
And gave it to David and his garments, even to his sword.
Gave him his sword.
Into his bow and to
his girdle. Tom see.
David went out whithersoever Saul sent him and behaved himself wisely. And Saul sent him over the men of war.
Right.
And he was accepted in the sight of all the people and also in the sight of Saul's servants. And it came to pass as they came when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, that the woman came out of all cities of Israel singing and dancing to meet King Saul with tabrets and joy and with instruments of music. And the woman answered one another as they played and said, Saul has slain his thousands.
Saul slain his thousands.
And David his 10,000.
David's 10,000.
Saul was very wroth.
Saul got angry because they done ascribed David 10,000 more than he was ascribed. Yeah. He gonna get angry, he tight, because I'm the king. And they're praising this guy over me. Go ahead, read.
And Saul was very wroth, and the saying displeased him. And he said, they have ascribed unto David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed but thousands. And what can he have more but the kingdom?
But the kingdom, read.
Saul eyed David that day, from that day and forward.
Saul eyed David from that day and forward. Right? In Hebrew it said, Wayihi Shaul Aon et David. And Saul had that's the evil eye. And Saul had an evil eye against David. His eye was evil towards David. Now, how can we acknowledge or know what is an evil eye? What is an evil eye? Right? Saul had an evil eye against David. The evil eye is when you have evil in your heart for people
that had done you no wrong. The person they did you no wrong, but you don't like them. You're like, brother, why you don't like them? I don't know. My spirit don't take them. I just don't like them. They go ahead with those heathenistic thoughts, those heathenistic ideas. Nowhere in the book you read where another brother looked at another brother and said, I don't like him because my spirit don't take him. When the brother didn't like somebody else, it's because he did something that he didn't like. But now you ain't got to do nothing. All I got to do is look at you and say, well, I don't like you. You ask me, why you don't like him? Oh, I don't know. I just don't like him. You evil.
It won't tell you that.
He won't tell you. You evil. He said that's why that's the reason why you hear people say things like that. Why you like? Why you don't like him? Or why you don't like her? I don't know. My spirit just don't tell. I hate him. Well, wow. Hate is that's a strong word, brother. Why you hate the person? Why you hate her? Why do you hate him? What is the reason why you hate him or her? What did him or her do to you that caused you to hate him? Nothing. You have the evil eye. Dumb sheet.
Verse 10. And it came to pass on the morrow that the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of the house. Now, I had missed
the point, right? He said David behaved himself wisely. The word for wisely is yaskil. Yaskil means to act prudently or circumspect. To act prudently or circumspect.
Very careful.
Right? He was very carefully. He was very cautious. Right? Act prudently means what? Showing good judgment and avoiding risk. You don't take risk. You hear that?
Don't take risk.
I said when we're dealing with God and His laws and His commandments, you don't take risk. So when you go into the stores and you buy meat that's dead already, you're taking a risk. You're not prudent. You're not wise. You don't know. Right? He said, showing good judgment and avoiding risk and uncertainties. You're not sure. All right? Uncertainties. Careful. When a person is in the wrong, it is prudent to keep your mouth closed and listen. It's prudent to keep your mouth closed, listen, right? Show good judgment when handling practical matters. A prudent person analyzes himself. If it's the wise thing to do under the existing circumstances. When you do things out of feelings and emotions, just do it. You're not prudent because you didn't even think or analyze these thoughts within yourself to say, well, by me doing this, am I right? Should I do this or should I not do this? Tom sheet.
And he prophesied in the midst of verse 10. It came to pass in the morrow that the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of the house. And David played with his hand, and as at other times, there was a javelin in Saul's hand. And Saul cast the javelin, for he said, I will smite David even to the wall with it. And David avoided out of his presence twice. And Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with him and was departed from Saul. Therefore,
he was able to discern that God was with David. God was with King David, and he knew that God had already rent the kingdom away from him, and David was going to be the next king. So his mission was to kill David so that he can substantiate the kingship within his seed. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, Saul removed him from him and made him his captain over 1,000. And he went out and came in before the people. And David behaved himself wisely in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. Wherefore, when Saul saw that he behaved himself very wisely, he was afraid of him.
He was afraid.
But all Israel and Judah loved David because he went out and came in before them. Saul said to David, behold, my elder daughter Merab, her will I give thee to wife. only be thou valiant for me and fight the Lord's battles. And Saul said, let not my hand be upon him, but let the hand of the Philistine be upon him.
Mm-hmm.
And David said unto Saul, who am I? What is my life or my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king? But it came to pass at the time when Merab, Saul's daughter, should have been given to David, that she was given unto Adriel, the Meholathite, to wife. Michal, Saul's daughter, loved David. And they told Saul, and the thing pleased him.
So he already told him that I'm going to give him Merab. Next thing, he switched up on him and gave his daughter to somebody else. Right? So now, go ahead, read.
And Michal, Saul's daughter, loved David, and they told Saul, and the thing
pleased him.
And Saul said, I will give him her, that she may be a snare to him.
Now he married his other daughter, which was Michal, to King David so she can trap him. Read.
And that the hand of the Philistines may be against him.
And that the hand of the Philistines may be against him.
Therefore Saul said to David, thou shalt this day be my son-in-law, and the one of the twain. And Saul commanded his servants, saying, commune with David secretly and say, behold, the king had delight in thee, and all his servants.
The king had delight in thee.
Now therefore be the king's son-in-law.
Be the king's son-in-law.
And Saul's servants spake those words in the ears of David. And David said, seem it to you a light thing to be a king's son-in-law?
See, he didn't have pride.
Yeah.
He said, you think it's a light thing to be the king's son-in-law? King David wasn't a man with pride. He wasn't a vain man. He was a very plain man. Go ahead, read.
Seeing that I am a poor man and lightly esteemed, and the servants of Saul told him, saying,
what verse you at?
Verse 24.
Go ahead.
And the servants of Saul told him, saying, on this manner spake David. And Saul said, thus shall ye say to David, the king desireth not any dowry.
He said, listen, I don't want no dowry. The dowry is a gift or property given to the father for marrying the man's daughter. Okay? We didn't marry these women for free. But the dowry was only given for virgins. Virgins. That's when the dowry was given. If she's not a virgin, you can forget about a dowry. Where's my daughter's dowry? Man, your daughter been penetrated already. She been sleeping around. And now you want me to pay for something that's used? She been with a man already. That's the importance. See, virgins was valuable. Virgins was valuable. And to get a virgin, you had to go through the father. And you had to pay and give him something in exchange for that woman, for that daughter. And it wasn't no $20 and $30. It was something. The amount of money for that virgin, it was compared to property.
Or the yearly.
It was compared to property.
With the yearly allowance.
Right.
Make a year.
Right. And the thing is that the daughters did not sleep around.
No.
They stayed home with their parents and waited on their father to marry them more. They didn't want to sleep around. It wasn't that way. That wasn't their mentality.
And Saul said, thus shall you say to David, the king desireth not any dowry, but 100 foreskins of the Philistines.
Look, I heard people say, this is not the 1960s. This is not the Bible days. This is not, we are living in a new age. And you can't serve God with that mentality. You need to go ahead.
Oh, that's old fashioned.
That's old fashioned. God delights in the ancient path. God delights in the old path.
Old ways.
That's what he delights in. So when we follow other ways, that's not of God ways. Look,
all this new stuff.
All this new and revised way of living, we can't get accepted of God like this, man. Go ahead, read.
But Saul thought to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. And when
his intention was to get David killed by the Philistines. That's why what?
And when the servants told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law, and the days were not expired. Wherefore David arose, he and his men, and slew of the Philistines 200 men. And David brought their foreskins and gave them in full tale to the king, that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave Michal his daughter to wife. And Saul saw and knew that the Lord was with David, and that Michal, Saul's daughter, loved him.
You know what kind of ninja moves he had to do? He told King David, he said, listen, I need 100 foreskins. David had to go by himself, amongst the ranks of the Philistines, cat them, snatch one, kill them, circumcise them, put 100 foreskins. He came back and brought back 200 foreskins. By that right there alone, God was with him. He knew that God was with him because there was no way that he was going to get all those foreskins and God wasn't with him.
It was a setup.
He was trying to set him up to kill him. He was supposed to die in that process. And Saul was hoping that he died. Go ahead, read.
And Saul was yet the more afraid of David. And Saul became David's enemy continually. Then the princes of the Philistines went forth, and it came to pass, after they went forth, that David behaved himself more wisely than all the servants of Saul, so that his name was much set by.
Lamentations chapter 3.
Lamentations chapter 3. After the book of Jeremiah.
Chapter 3. Got it?
I got it.
Let's go to verse Lamentations chapter 3, verse 21.
Verse 21. This I recall to my mind, therefore have I hope. It is
this I recall to my mind, therefore will I have hope. To recall, the Hebrew word for recall is shuv, means to return. This has returned to my mind. I remember this. He said, therefore what?
Therefore I will have hope.
Tamshi.
It is of the Lord's mercy.
It is of the Lord's mercy.
That we are not consumed.
That we are not consumed. It's only because of the mercy of God why we ain't destroyed and wiped out off this planet. God showed mercy to the righteous. God showed mercy to the wicked. Everybody is being shown mercy. That's why you have a wicked and evil person that don't acknowledge God. They flourish. They flourish in life. They got everything in life. Why? Because of the mercy of God. But that don't mean what they're doing is correct. Because at the end, you're going to pay for what you did. You're going to pay and you're going to answer. Every knee shall bend and every tongue shall confess that what?
He is God.
That he is God. Yeah. And there's no second to compare to him, to consort with him. Without beginning and without end. To him belongs strength and dominion.
My refuge,
it is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed.
It is of the Lord's mercy that we are not consumed because his compassion fails not. Tamshi.
They are new.
They're new every morning.
Great is thy faithfulness.
Great is thy faithfulness.
The Lord is my portion.
The Lord is my portion, huh?
Saith my soul.
Save my soul. He said what?
Therefore will I hope.
Hold that right there. Compassion. Huh? The word for compassion is rakam. It means pity. It means mercy. Now, what is compassion? What is mercy? And what is pity? Compassion is sympathetic pity and concern for the suffering of others. Even though we are in violation with God, he's still concerned himself by us suffering. He's still concerned with it. He still got that compassion for us, which means he don't put us through it for a long period of time. He put us through it just for a short period of time, hoping that you acknowledge your faults, hoping that you could think back and say, wow, he said this happened because I violated this. And you start to make corrections in your life and don't return or go back that way. What is mercy? Forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. That's the mercy of God. What is pity? Feelings of sorrow caused by the suffering and misfortune of others. Go ahead.
The Lord is my portion, saith my soul. Therefore will I hope in him.
God is my portion, saith my soul. He said, therefore will I have hope in him. Tom, see?
The Lord is good unto them that wait for him, but to the soul that seeketh him. It is good that a man should both hope and quietly wait for the salvation of the Lord. It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth.
It is good that a man bears the yoke in his youth. Huh? It's good that you bear the yoke in your youth. Go to work. Go to work. Because it's going to come a time when you can't work no more. And you're going to want to. And you ain't got nothing coming in. Nothing coming in. Nothing to fall back on. What you going to do then? Tom, see?
He sitteth alone and keepeth silence because he hath borne it upon him. He put in his mouth in the dust.
You ever work so hard, and when you come home, you don't want to hear nothing or deal with nothing? Because I've been dealing with this job all day, so I don't want to hear no noise. I want to come home to a peaceful home. I don't want to argue. I don't want to fight because of what I've been through from being out there. That's why I say the house and the wife supposed to be the man's peace. You're my peace. You wasn't put here to aggravate me. You wasn't put here to aggravate me. You was put here to be my peace.
Help me.
That's what help me be peace. Okay? Let's read.
He put in his mouth in the dust. If so be there may be hope. He giveth his cheek to him that smited him.
Wait. Go back. He said what?
He put in his mouth in the dust.
He put in his mouth in the dust.
If so be there may be hope. He giveth his cheek unto him that smited him. He is filled full with reproach.
He giveth his cheek to them that smited him. Don't do that now.
Turn the other cheek.
Don't turn the other cheek. Because once you turn that other cheek, they're going to smack. They're going to kill you. He said, I'll give my back to the smiters. You better not do that. If they're coming after you, you better go after them. That's not murder. They're seeking my life. So I'm supposed to just sit here and wait for these people to come and take my life. God don't teach that. God don't teach that. I got to defend myself. Tom Sheep.
For the Lord will not cast off forever.
What verse you at?
32. But though he cause grief, yet will he have compassion.
But though God will cause grief, while God is causing grief, he's still going to have compassion and mercy. While he's putting you through the grief and the trouble. That's deep, man. While God putting you through it, he's still going to have mercy. He's still going to have mercy. He's still going to have compassion. He's still going to have pity. That's why when you go through certain things and you bow your head and pray and ask God for forgiveness and get me out of here and deliver me, he pull you out. Because he look at you in pity and he feels sorry for the sorrows and the suffering that you going through, even though you're in violation of my laws. That's God, man. You don't see how a parent do with his child. The child is wrong. And he don't go the parent don't go all the way hard on the child because he still acknowledges that this is my son and my daughter still. Even though you're wrong, I'm going to beat you, give you a couple stripes. And then after I beat you and give you a couple stripes, now you see the father hugging his son. He said, come here, son. He said, I don't like beating you. He said, I don't want to beat you. But I have to beat you to show you that what you did was wrong. He said, correct your ways, son. Correct your ways and stop doing the things that you're doing so I don't have to beat you and correct you. That's how God deals with the nation the same way. The same way, man. That's how God deals with the nation. I don't like beating my son. I don't want to beat my son. He's 12 years old. I only beat him one time out of the whole 12 years. And that's because I had to that one time. Most of the time, I'm always talking. I talk because I don't like beating my kid. He ain't spoiled, and he know when I'm serious, and he know when I say don't do it, and he know when I look at him and I give him that look, he knows.
He knows.
He recognized. But I don't like beating my son. The same way God gives us chances. God don't want to correct us and chastise us, so he give us a long rope and wait. He's all right, man, look like hoping that you change. He said, I wait a whole day with my hands stretched out, waiting for you, O Israel, to return. And then on the other hand, you got the pious ones, the ones that's elected and chosen by God, where when they do certain things and they in violation, God chastises them immediately, right away, to stop them in their tracks. Real quick. Tom sheet.
But though he cause grief, yet will he have compassion according to the multitude of his mercies. For he doth not afflict willingly, nor grieve the children of men.
He does not afflict willingly because he wants to, just to afflict you. Huh? So why do we afflict willingly? Why do we do things willingly without the person being wrong? He said, nor grieve the children of men, Tom Sheep.
To crush under his feet all the prisoners of the earth. To turn aside the right of a man.
To turn aside the right of the man.
Before the face of the Most High.
The man is right, but in your eyes, he's wrong. Tom Sheep.
To subvert a man in his cause. The Lord approveth not. Who is he that saith, and it cometh to pass, when the Lord commanded it not?
See, who is he that saith, that prophesied, and it came to pass, and God ain't commanded? Nobody. You can't prophesy and God ain't commanded to happen. Tom Sheep.
Out of the mouth of the Most High proceeded not evil and good.
He said, out of the mouth of the Most High proceeded not evil and good. Both of these things comes out of the mouth of God. Evil and good. Both. Tom Sheep.
Wherefore doeth a living man complain?
He said, why? Why does a living man complain? He said, why do a living man complain? What is the reason for a living person to complain? A
man for the punishment of his sins.
A man for the punishment of his sins. You need to accept it. You violated. You messed up. Now take your punishment. Take what comes with it. Tom Sheep.
Let us search and try our ways.
Let us search and try your ways. Search yourself and try your ways.
And turn again to the Lord.
Now, when you're searching and trying your ways, that comes with turning with God. If you're going to turn towards God, then you got to try. You got to search your ways. You got to get rid of those filthy ways that you have within you to turn towards God. Tom C.
Let us lift up our heart with our hands unto God in the heavens. We have transgressed.
You have transgressed.
And have rebelled.
And have rebelled.
Thou hast not
pardoned. Thou hast not pardoned.
Thou hast covered
Thou hast
anger.
Covered with anger.
Persecuted us.
Persecuted
Thou
us.
hast slain. Thou hast not pitied. Thou hast covered thyself with a cloud, that our prayer should not pass through.
God, he said, listen, thou hast covered. He said, you put the cloud, a thick cloud in the middle of the heavens.
Block it out.
Then when you send up a prayer, it can't pass those clouds. He can't hear your prayers. He don't want to hear your prayers. Why? Because you are not accepted. So in order for God to accept and hear our prayers, we got to be accepted by God, which means we have to be doing things right and correct according to what God said, so he can hear us and accept us. Tom Sheep.
Thou hast made us as the offscouring and refuge in the midst of the people. All our enemies have opened their mouths against us. Fear and a snare is come upon us. Desolation and destruction. Mine eye runneth down with rivers of water for the destruction of the daughter of my people. Mine eye trickleth down and sees it not, without any intermission. Till the Lord looketh down, and behold from heaven. Mine eye affected mine heart because of all the daughters of my city. Mine enemies.
He said, mine eyes affected. What I saw affected me because of the daughters of my city. Who was the daughters of his city? This was Israel. He said, I see how they turned out. He said, and how you guys turned out, it hurts me. You think a father will raise a child in the laws of God, and then next thing the child turned away from God? That's going to affect the father because I didn't raise you that way. And that's how God looked at the nation. God brought us out the land of Egypt, showed us his ways, gave us his laws, and then he gave us laws and commandments and told us in order to inhabit this land, you need to take heed to these laws, commandments, and statutes. If you don't take heed to these laws, commandments, and statutes, then the land gonna spew you out. We went against God and we ended up captives in our own land. Kushan Rishathaim, we served them for 7 years. Ehud had to deliver us. All right, so many different instances. We were servants in our own land. Then we got despicable and we got more nastier with God to where we had to get uprooted out the land. Now we got to go in the land of Babylon, serve them 70 years. Now we in Assyria, serving them this amount. Look, we've been in every nation.
Everybody got a turn.
And with that, all right, what was bought. I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom and
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher, indeed, Chief Mika.
Praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all the respect to my father, my teacher, the leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to prince men, chief men, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, visitors. I bid you on the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And for this moment, can we all rise and repeat after me in the reciting of the 10 Commandments? And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness to anything
that is in heaven above,
That's in
heaven
heaven
above,
that is in the earth beneath,
That's
the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
and that's the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not
Bow
bow
down
down
thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor
serve
serve.
them.
For I, the Lord thy God,
For I, the Lord thy God,
am a jealous God,
am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them
and showing mercy to thousands of them
that love me
And love me.
and keep my commandments.
And keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember
The Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
The 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it thou shalt not do any work.
Thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that's within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in the midst,
the sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
Nor his maidservant.
nor his ox,
Nor his ox.
nor his ass,
Nor his ass.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy
You
neighbor's.
may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, speak with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his spear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Before I go into my chapters, right, I just want to touch a couple of things. Instead of saying good morning, people say grand rising now. Yeah. People saying it, and now, after a while, what you hear amongst the heathen, amongst the people of the world, it starts to become trendy, meaning everybody's doing it, everybody's saying it, right? Now, Israelites are saying grand rising. Let me tell you where it comes from. The phrase grand rising began being used among spiritual groups. We are not a spiritual group. Spiritual groups in the early 2010. There's new stuff being said and made up. Okay? This ain't even ancient. This ain't even go back. This ain't even something that God said stay away from back then. This is new stuff. The early 2010s, where it eventually, after time, because everybody started doing it and accepting it, became synonymous, the same. Synonym means the same, with multiple morning activities. Certain people get up in the morning and do certain activities that denotes worship to another god, such as yoga. See, you see where this saying comes from? It goes along with activities people do in the morning. Yoga and exercise, along with being a morning greeting. Because yoga is considered an exercise, like push-ups, but it's not.
It's sun worship.
It's sun worship.
That's right.
And every form of worship, everything that's outside of what God commands us has words that go along with it, has phrases that go along with it, has days that go along with it, and there's a time of day that goes along with it. People don't do yoga at night. Right? When they do it. Sunrise. Let's stop playing around. And there are words and things that come with worship of another God. Yoga is sun worship.
Right.
So I don't want to let the heathen say that. Ain't nobody that's supposed to be serving God. We too busy.
That's right.
We will learn this, and then in 10 years later, I don't see what we were taught being done no more. We have new wave Israelites. We follow what these people do every day. Y'all are followers, and you don't see it. They follow the people. That's what was their downfall. Their downfall was following the people round about them.
That's right.
Their downfall, God said, destroy those Canaanites. They are not allowed to live amongst you. Everybody else, don't worry about them because they're far away from you. They cannot influence you. You know what influence means? When you're around something or somebody or a group and it changes you. You have been influenced. Oh man, it rubbed off. You've been hanging around this guy for so long. You wasn't like that. Now you hanging around her. You hanging around him. You hanging around them. You acting like them. Her and him now. It rubbed off on you. This is why God said, destroy those Canaanites so that their ways and how they believe and everything else does not rub off on you. And you wind up marrying into them, marry your son into them, and now yes, your son's heart is turned against me. Because these people weren't supposed to be allowed to get married to in the first place. Those Canaanites were condemned. Okay? So you got to leave all these sayings alone. You think, look, it's more, because it goes into astrology. Grand rising, also known as the Grand Cross. Or the Grand Square. The Grand Square is dealing with Masons, Masonics. Okay? See how you got to stop following people? Okay? Grand Rising means Grand Cross. So every time you say it, you are uplifting the biggest cross in the world. The cross that all crosses came from, which is the Ankh.
That's crazy.
The Egyptian Ankh. That's another thing I see Israelites wear. You are not supposed to be wearing an Egyptian Ankh. God told you a long time ago, do not follow their ordinances. Everything you learned in Egypt, throw it away. I'm about to bring you over here. And everything you see over here, you kill them. You don't follow. You don't follow where you came from. You don't follow where you at.
Word to my dad.
Word to my dad.
Niggas is worshiping
First of
dead
all,
people.
First of all, you have people came from swearing to the Most High,
Stop saying that.
right? To swearing on dead people. Swearing on dead people. Swearing on you. Swearing on your name.
On your father.
Back in the days, it was, I swear on my dead grandmother grave. Okay? You can't swear on dead people. You can only swear in the name of the Most High God. And God said, do not use intemperate swearing. Meaning, you do not swear to show that you're telling the truth in everything you say. It is only for matters. Matters concerning the judges. When someone has stolen something out of my house. Okay? And I didn't steal it. Let me tell you something. What I was telling you yesterday. If I'm responsible for something, and it gets stolen or break, I have to pay it back. Right. I have to replace it. Right. I have to make it anew. It was in my responsibility. It was in my house. But then I got a thief in my house. Okay? So now when I go to give you back your stuff, it was tampered with or it's gone. But I didn't put my hands to my neighbor's goods. I go to the judges and swear that I did not put my hands to my neighbor's goods. These are the times when you swear. Right. If I'm telling you how I beat up this guy and he trying to, yo man, I swear. No. First of all, you didn't even get challenged on the truth for you to be swearing. Intemperate swearing. You only swear and you don't swear in God. You swear in the attributes of God, which is El Shaddai. All powerful. Okay, because that's what Abraham did. Abraham did not use Yod Hey Wav Hey because he didn't know it. And here's the example we are told to follow. How about that one? And I know he didn't use it because God said out of his mouth to Moses, God said, I was not known by Yod Hey Wav Hey.
Right.
By Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I was known by God Almighty.
Right.
And I'm going to say it again. The example we as men and women are supposed to follow in this book. God said follow Abraham. Men follow Abraham. So if Abraham didn't say it because he didn't even know it, who you think you are? Right. Then God said, I will be known as the God of Abraham. Those people that called me El Shaddai. That's right. Do you see how I go? That's right. I will be known as the God of who? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who never said his name. Who wouldn't dare. They ain't even asked.
Right.
They said, what is your true name? It all went down to Moses. Moses, he didn't ask. He said, yo, man, I want to see your glory. I want to, I'm me personally, I'm there with you. I can't speak for these people. I didn't want to do it, but I'm doing what you told me to do. But look, you know how my heart is. He said, let me see your glory. And that's why God took Moses because he asked for this. And he was on a level where he was able to. He took him, put him up in a mountain, and he seen the back part. He didn't see the face. He didn't see the past, the future, or the present. Okay? God told him the past, the future, and the present when he was up in that mount, sitting up there for 40 days and 40 nights. When he came back down, regulated the people, he had to go back up there for another 40 and 40. So he did a whole 80. He did a whole 80 stretch. Okay? And while he was up there, he was learning about Abraham. God showed him the beginning, all the way to where it led up to where he at. Then he showed him the future. That these people, we are going to fulfill. Moses seen now. Moses seen the end. He seen past our lives. He showed him in that mount. There's no magic.
That man seen it all.
He sat him down and showed him the generations of man. Okay? That's why he said, yo, him, you got nothing to say about him. Because I show him and I deal with him. I dealt with him different than I did with Abraham, and Abraham, my friend. Mm-hmm. So, you know, if I did something for you that I didn't even do for my friend, you something else. Come here. You something else. She's seen all of this and beyond. Okay? He's seen everything.
He's seen these times.
He's seen these times. He saw, he said, look, I know when I lead you into the land, y'all gonna turn.
That's why God dealt with him.
He told him
with
that.
Him, man.
That's why.
That man seen it all.
He's seen it all. He showed him things he ain't showed nobody else. That's why his face was shining. You understand me? He didn't go see a psychic.
Medium.
A medium. A one with a familiar spirit. Nobody reading this poem. God will tell you what's in the future. You don't have to abominate yourself. But everybody don't get that from God. He said, should I let Abraham know? He said, should I let him know? Because he commanded his household after him. So one key is is for God to show you certain things. If you have a household, do this law and command your household after this law. And he will start revealing things to you. That's the key. That's why my father, things was revealed to him in here that I didn't hear come out of nobody else's mouth.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
All teachers and scholars was like, oh wow, Chief O'Ray, you got something there.
That's a fact.
All the teachers and scholars.
That's a fact.
Okay? Why? Because his household was commanded after him. You know what that means? No slip up.
0.
Eyes on that door, who coming in and out every minute.
This house still commanded.
Okay? And that's how everything we do it was trained.
Hey, teacher.
Okay.
Hey, Chief.
Okay?
This house still commanded by.
It's still that way. Every time that door open, eyes, boom, you see what you bring to yo, hold on, what's that? Because certain things are an abomination when they come in your house. It's an abomination, period. Now you don't bring in some. Now people talk about negative energy. You bringing in evil when you bring in an abomination. You bring in evil in your house. So he didn't do these things. He didn't have. These things. There wasn't somebody in the house that was living otherwise. When Shabbat came, everybody that lived in that house was present. I said, when Shabbat came, everybody that lived in his house was present. Mm-hmm. There was no family member that was living otherwise.
That's true, though.
Not with them. Mm-hmm. They didn't get down like that, man. And that's why God said, look at Abraham and make that their example. Woman, look at Sarah. Read more about Sarah. Read more about Sarah so you can see what's coming out of your husband's mouth. It's not just, I want to rule, and it's about me. Read about Sarah, and you will learn. The same way the men are reading about Abraham, and will learn. Their ways was perfect before God. Everything they did was perfect before God. Why nobody I said it last week. I'm gonna say it again. There's a lot of babies being born. People don't have parties for when they're weaning the baby off the breast milk because not too many are even feeding the baby like that.
They're not feeding the babies like that. They're like out there.
Abraham did that. He didn't celebrate the child's birthday. The child don't know nothing about no birthday. That little child, that little man right there, he don't know nothing about no birthday until you keep putting that cake in front of him.
That's right.
Put on that cake and happy day, and blow the flower. Oh, you know the ritual. The hats, the triangle hats. Why are the hats triangles? Why in the class when you a dunce, you get put to sit in the corner and they put the triangle? There's something about the triangle. You know what the triangle represents? Grand Rising, Grand Cross. It represents 3 in 1, which is the Trinity, aka the triad of Egypt, the triad of Nebuchadnezzar, the triad of Assyria, the triad of Greeks, the triad of all religions. They're all connected, man. Now we can go into our chapter. Esther, chapter 1.
Go ahead, Chief.
Esther, right, chapter 1.
So we got to learn, we had days that we can celebrate, that our forefathers said this is okay, but we got to celebrate it the way they did. We got a problem. We always got a problem. We're perverts. You know what a pervert is? A person who changes the natural order of God's rules. That's who a pervert is. Not just a person who changed this. A person who changed the natural order of God's rules. You know what that means? I was born a man, I want to be a woman. Pervert. I was born a woman, I want to be a man. Pervert. Well, look, it say pay back if you steal. Nah, kill him. You a pervert. Whatever God said in here, you change it, makes you a pervert. You perverted the law, you perverted the justice, you perverted the judgment of God. We can't change this. It's either you do it or don't. You can't change it. Tumshi.
Esther, chapter 1.
Now, before I start, this is not in the land now. This is way past that. The children of Israel have been taken out, okay? The 10 tribes have been taken out, and they've been replaced with heathen people. And those 10 tribes of Israelites have been scattered throughout the kingdom of a king called Ahasuerus, who was the king of Persia. Persia is right now called Iran. You see Iran? That's ancient Persia. That's how far away we was from Jerusalem. Yeah, far. It's further than Babylon. And we was in Babylon for 70 years. This here is further. The captivity got extended. While we was in Babylon, a new president came, a new regime came, a new nation came, took over this country, but we still remain their slaves now. That's where we at in Persia now. Tamshi.
Esther, chapter 1. Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus. This is Ahasuerus, which reigned from India even unto Ethiopia.
If you look on the map, and it's 127 provinces. And I looked on the map, and it was 127 nations of land that this guy owned. Not just Persia, but he ran Babylon. He ran Syria, Assyria, Israel, Egypt. He ran things all the way up to the tip of Greece. All right? Greece up here, he ran stuff all the way down to where India at. Okay? So that's mostly everybody that had a king is under him. Tamshi.
Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus. This is Ahasuerus, which reigned from India even unto Ethiopia, over 127 provinces. That in those days, when the king of Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the palace, in the 3rd year of his reign, he made a feast unto all his princes and his servants, the power of Persia and Media, the nobles and princes of the provinces being before him. When he showed the riches of his glorious kingdom and the honor of his excellent majesty many days, even 180 days. And when these days were expired, the king made a feast unto all the people that were present in
Now, after that, he had a feast that lasted 104 score days, 180 days. Right? Then after that, the king made a feast unto all the people that were present in Shushan. He made a feast for just them in the palace.
Yeah.
First, he had a feast for everybody. Everybody, dignitaries coming through. Everybody pulling up. Everybody recognizing, oh, this guy's from here. This guy's from here. Oh, great king, and all of that. Now, when that's over, he threw a feast in his palace, right? And to all the people that were present in Shushan the palace, that was for them, both unto great and small, 7 days. You ever heard of stuff like this? When people throw a party for 180 days? We don't have kings no more.
What?
There's one king left, King Charles. You don't see him throwing feasts like that. You don't see him doing. He can't do what these guys do. He can't get up and say, "Yo, I'm about to roll on these guys." They can't do. There's a different type of king today.
Yeah.
This king is like a president. Democracy controls that king. Democracy don't control these kings. Whatever the king say, from the Hebrew Israelites king to the Babylonian king, whatever those kings say, you better do it. You can't come correct me even if it's wrong. You're gonna die. Yeah. One dude got up. See, now this is the thing now. If it's a righteous king, the prophet could correct him. David said, I have sinned. Nathan came and he said, thou art that man. He said, he got him riled up. He said, yo, what? Man, where's that man at? Get him and burn him and kill him. And he said, you did it. You were that man. And his pride was to the point where he recognized, oh, wow, I did do it. I'm talking about kill this guy, and it was me. I sinned. And that's why David got mercy from the Most High the way he did. He was not prideful. He acknowledged it was his. He didn't say, well, how was me? None of that. He accepted, and he never brought it up.
And that bore on him to the day of his death.
And it stayed on him because we're going to read how, if you read along the Psalms, he's always talking about his transgressions before God.
Right.
We just read one. He always talking about what he wear, which is sackcloth. We're going to read about this. That sackcloth and that fasting and that weeping and praying and supplicating before God. You got to get to a point in your life where you start doing that. That's right. You ain't doing it now. And it comes with making vows. You can't just fast and pray, and that's it. You have to make vows also for what you're fasting and praying on. That's how I was taught. Stipulations. What man says, stipulations. I put these stipulations on myself to keep me from sinning before you, God, because I'm not going to do that no more. I don't want to do that no more. I hate what I did. I hate myself for what I did. And I know you hate it. That's accepting. That's why the man was able to say, I have sinned. There's nothing else for him to say. Now, you have other kings later on that didn't have what David had. They had pride. And when one prophet came up and said, thus saith the Lord, you did this, you did that, you did that. He didn't say I have sinned. He said, yo, man, kill him because he spoke against me, the king. But the king is never above God. And that's what David was. The one thing I noticed with David, he didn't kill his people as much as they deserved it. He didn't kill the people. He saved them. But outsiders, one day he said, well, what? You did what? You killed Saul? And you didn't think not to touch the ones that you did. Yo, hold on, man. Walk away. He didn't do that to Shimei. Now, Shimei personally cursed David out, grieved him with sore words. Did David say, yo, man, fall on him right now? He had to stop. He had to stop the soldiers. They are right. But his mercy, and he had a thing for Israel, because before I'm king over them, those are God's people. That's right. And that's why Moses was able to talk God out of hitting them up. That's why. Because it's higher than me. what we're doing is higher than me. I'm just in charge to make this go down like God ordered. But it's higher than me. I didn't set this up. I didn't make this up. I couldn't have made this up. I could have never came up. No human could come up with these laws. No human. No other, nobody else. So it's bigger than me. So my pride. Oh, no. Hold on. Yeah, it's gonna make me look, but wait a minute. This is God. And that's what David was. Other kings, they were like, yo, man, who is he to talk to me like that? Even if I violate, kill him.
Not word.
He did that. So it's a difference. Time sheet.
Where were white, green, and blue hangings fastened with cords of fine linen, and purple to the silver rings, and pillars of marble. The beds were of gold and silver, upon a pavement of red and blue and white and black marbles. And they gave them to drink in vessels of gold, the vessels being diverse, one from another.
Vessels of gold. Cups made of gold. You get jewelry, you got a cup made of gold. Everybody got one. And mine wasn't the same as yours. Yours was everybody had a distinct one. This is to show the wealth and his majesty. Like Solomon did. Solomon did this. Solomon got silver rocks and ordered them to be put out in the street. You see how you go outside, you see a big rock? It's silver. They say when the sun shine on Jerusalem, it looked like a gold ring. Looked like a jewel, be set by God. That's what the people round about said about Jerusalem. It's a gold, it's a bejeweled city that was made by God. Like God took it and fashioned a ring because it shines so bright. Time sheet.
Esther chapter 1, verse 8. And the drink was according to the law. None did compel. For so the king had appointed to all the officers of his house, that they should do according to every man's
There's a time when everybody's partying, but the guard ain't partying. Certain guys cannot party. Certain guys can't drink. The guy in the watchtower, he ain't drinking nothing. Remember that movie Titanic? They was up in the crow's nest. They were drinking, looking at the people having fun, not seeing the iceberg was coming till it was too late. But in this case, he said, yo, we so good, we ain't got to guard nothing. The guards could drink. So everybody could do what they want and party. Everybody's off today. Tom sheet.
And the drinking was according to the law. None did compel.
That was a law, you know. Whatever they put out, they made it a law. Persians was one thing about the Persians, and I read a lot about them. They said they were honest people. They didn't lie. They didn't lie. And everything that they said, they put it down on paper, like contracts. Okay? So they were all compelled to do that law. Look, ain't no thing about, oh, well, I don't drink. No, you gonna drink. No, I don't drink. You're gonna drink, brother. Look. Ain't nobody thought like that because you were so happy. They were down. The people were down with what they was with. So you didn't have to go through all that. Time sheet.
For so the king had appointed to all the officers of his house that they should do according to every man's pleasure. Also Vashti the queen made a feast for the woman in the royal house which belonged to King Ahasuerus.
So that tells you one thing. Where the men was, there was no woman.
Separation.
And they were Persians. They still had a separation. There comes, and you have to have a separation between the boys and the girls, between the man and the woman. There has to be a separation between genders, male and female. It's only two. Certain things the male can't do that the females do, and vice versa.
Right.
Then you can't have the little ones like that around too much, or somebody gonna get naughty. Yeah. A bunch of teenagers in the house by themselves.
Somebody gonna get that.
Let's talk about it. Teenage Israelites ain't supposed to move that way.
Right.
This is heathen moves. Because you know what's going to happen. somebody's virginity is getting snatched, and there won't be no dowry involved. And the daddy won't know, and the mama won't know. And then one day she's gonna wind up pregnant.
Yeah.
Nobody could kill a girl that lost her virginity while she was in her father's house. She's supposed to get put to death. Can't do that today. So they get away with it on here amongst men. You get away with it and go through what baby mamas and baby daddies go through. Yeah. We can't pull no punches when we teach the word of God.
That's it.
I heard a man say the other day, he said, look, man, learning about this, God, is about learning about yourself. Because you're going to learn that you like a lot of things God hates. God hated, and you like it.
You like a lot of things.
This is what has to be fixed. Okay? This is what has to be fixed. Come she. So the woman, Vashti said, I'm going to make a feast for the woman. No, the woman, because, hey, she's following her husband. She's following her husband. Who else for her to follow?
That's right.
No other man. No other person. No woman can come and give you advice against your man, against your husband. There you go. I see that happening a lot.
No man.
And no man,
Right.
I mean, we always say no man, right? But the woman get through because they woman. It go for them too.
That's right.
I remember Eddie Murphy had a comedy, and he said he brought somebody that was not American here. He said, if you have that type of woman, keep her away from American women. Don't even let the neighbor come over for sugar. He didn't say that. I put that one in. You can't come borrow nothing. Because women have an affinity towards each other. Even in their wrong, they hold each other down. They said, man, if she did this, they said, yeah, but here comes another one. He said, but what did you do to the man? The man said, I ain't did nothing. She did this of her own accord. They said, now you did something. This type of thinking is no good. No good. Tom sheet.
On the seventh day, when the hearts of the king was merry with wine.
The seventh day, this is the height. It's pumped up now.
It's jamming right now. They jamming.
Man, listen, I remember when my father, my uncle, my other uncle, Chief Amos and Chief Joshua, they all married their wives on the same day. And they threw a banquet in the camp when we was right there on Sterling, Buffalo. They threw a banquet I ain't never seen all my life. Okay? That party went on for almost a week. They financed that party. My father and my two uncles. They came out their pockets for that.
Damn nice.
And you know what? The prince is the king. He's the leader of us. He said, okay. Shabbat coming in. He said, man, it's got to stop. It's too much partying. It's too much partying. Listen, we came home. It was Monday. The party going on. We leave Monday night. We come back Thursday morning. The party jumping even more than it was. It's more wine. It's more food. Yeah. And I'm glad I got to see a little bit of that. So that when I read, I can get a glimpse of what this was like. Open your imagination to the truth. When you're reading this book, stop letting yourself be limited. You read novels, you look at movies and half believe those. At least believe this when you read it, because it will open. You will be like, okay, I see the realness in this now. Tom shoot.
On the seventh day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, he commanded Mehuman.
You ain't got to say those names.
Okay.
Go down.
The seven chamberlains.
Those are 7 men. Those are 7 wise men. Tom sheet.
To bring Vashti, the queen, before the king with the crown royal, to show the people that the princess her beauty, for she was fair to look upon.
She was fair to look upon. So what does that?
He gonna show her off.
I'm gonna show you how things are being done today.
Yeah.
You heard what we just read? It said he wanted to bring his woman to show the people and the princess how pretty she
How
was.
beautiful she was. I'm gonna show mine off. You show
Here
off.
comes
Come on now.
All men show their woman off
I'm floating mine.
because that's your woman.
Look at that right.
She's part
See
of
that
you.
there?
When
Huh?
you look,
My shorty
look,
bad.
when you do this, you showing her off.
Huh?
You sporting.
Huh?
That's what Isaac did.
Huh? Yeah.
That's what made it. King said, hey, that gotta be his woman.
Huh? My shorty bad.
Okay. My shorty bad. That's
My shorty
right.
bad.
They don't make songs like that. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. He want to show his woman off.
That's right.
I got the baddest girl
That's
in the
right.
whole
That's
town.
right.
Pull up, girl.
That's right.
He said, but she was very fair to look upon. Men gaze at her. You be sitting down, you look, you see this dude looking at your woman.
About the sun come out.
Yeah.
No, when she pop out, the sun come out.
That's right.
Oh,
That's how it's supposed to be.
talk that talk.
Look.
That talk.
If she make, look, what Adam said, whoo, this is now bones of my bones.
That's
Flesh.
my flesh.
This is me.
That's
She's
a fact.
mine.
That's
This is
a
my
fact.
match. This is my counterpart. This is my love. We gonna be one,
That's right.
but we don't do that. We aggravate each other.
Talk that talk.
We act like we're enemies. We're supposed to be one, and I act like she's the most hated woman to me. Brother, why you married her? You know this. I tell people, I say, yo, but you knew this, man. You still went into her. Yeah.
Because he ain't go into her with the intentions of marriage.
That's why.
He wanted to be promiscuous.
You wanted
He just
you
wanted
wanted to put a
peace.
notch on your
Wanted-
belt.
Yeah.
You want to put a notch on your belt.
Extra
Yeah.
body.
Yeah.
You wanted to kill.
Yeah.
They call it a kill.
Wanted to kill. That's
And the same with her. She wants to kill too.
she's wanted to kill.
That's it.
We know this. We know how it go.
Mhm.
I see their faces smiling. We know how this go. So don't be alarmed when you read certain things in here. It's been going on for a while. Time sheet.
But the Queen Vashti refused to come at the king's commandment.
Now that
as
is
a
ugly.
chamberlain.
Now look, I'll tell
Ugly.
you something. I don't care how pretty you are. I don't care how comely you are. I don't care how much your eyes shine. When you refuse the commandment of God or your husband or your man, that's ugly.
That's ugly. Facts.
The baddest one in the world. And she pretty as hell, but I don't like how she acts.
Yeah.
It's ugly. It makes her uglier than the girl that got one eye and no teeth. You go and mess with her because you know why? You ain't gotta go on the rooftop. You know what that means?
You
I said, man,
It says better for a man to dwell in the corner of a rooftop than in a house with a brawling woman.
thank you, brother. I get so hyped sometimes I can't get it out. Thank you. Meaning, you know what it is to sleep on a roof? You got, look, water bugs is up there. Mosquitoes. It rains on you. The weather is severe on you. But it's better than being in the house with her. Because if nothing else drive a man crazy, women know how to drive a man crazy. She know how to push them buttons. And they know how to do it without talking.
Uh-huh.
Without talking. I know because it was been done to me. And I said, wait a minute, man, it's been going on a week now. And I was like, yo, what's up? I'm stepping to that. I'm like, yo, what's up? We gonna fight or what? What we gonna do? What we gonna do? Go to war? This is not what I got with you for. It's starting to get to me now. You won. It's over with now. Let's kiss out and make up and be what we were or what we meant to be. Because this ain't gonna work.
Yeah, most men always give in. They get tired.
No, because you don't want that. Because I'm one with you.
I give in quick. 2-3 days.
They know that.
My woman ain't talking.
They know that. They know
I said,
that.
listen, babe, come on.
They know
man.
that. And you know why?
You still mad at me, babe?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because they can't get in your face and tell you this. They can't put their hands on you. They can't. You know what I'm saying? Gotta have some type of.
I give in quick. I give in, all right, babe. I'm
So
sorry.
it's
now,
over.
all right? I'm sorry.
You don't want that. So now you gotta learn to be more easy with each other.
That's right.
Right? Don't keep the attitude so long. Be merciful. That's all I'm saying. You can be mad. We all get mad. Don't keep it. Don't keep it. The best part is the makeup. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Now, see, she messed up and she didn't come. This is big. This is big. This is the same as I'm calling my woman and she ignores my call. That's what she did. He sent for her. She refused to come. Now, how he look?
Like a chump.
In front of who?
In front of everybody.
In front of everybody, not just the men. In front of the women too, because the women see it. Women don't say nothing, but they see it. They listen, they learn. Tom Sheep.
Therefore was the king very wroth, and his anger burned
Oh
in him.
yeah, because you got me embarrassed. You make me look like I don't run, like I'm not the king. Out of everybody in here, the one that's supposed to always be on my side is my wife. If the whole kingdom turned on me, they turn on you.
That's right.
Ain't that what Sarah said?
That's right.
Said, my injustice be on you. I mean, the injustice that I'm getting, it's you. It's towards me and you. Well, it's not just me. It's a disrespect between me and you. So certain things I'm not going to do to make it look a certain way to my wife. And in return, she got to do the same thing. That's what being one is. I consider you and you consider me. So don't stay too much. Don't stay upset too long, baby. We don't do that. We're God. We're like God. God didn't stay too long. Stay too upset. There was always room for forgiveness. But in order for me to ask for forgiveness, I gotta humble myself. And that's people's problem. They don't want to humble to God. They don't want to humble to their parents. You don't want to humble to your authority. You don't want to humble to your husband. You don't want to humble to your mother. Brother to brother, we don't humble to ourselves.
We don't humble to each other.
If I humble to my brother, he's going to say I'm sore.
He's right. He's right. Somebody got to humble.
It gets taken as being sore.
Yeah.
Now I got to show I'm not sore. And then things happen because I'm going to show I'm not sore. God ain't make me to be no bit to nobody but my mama and daddy, if you want to call it that. So it got to be, we let's help each other out. Let's work with each other.
Hype it down.
Hype it down.
Hype it down.
One Jewish guy says something. He said, hey, man, I hear you don't get along with your brother over there, right? You know what he said?
What?
He said, that's between me and my brother.
That's right.
You know why? Because the person that asked him that was not a Jew. He was an outsider. But he saw some discrepancy. But he killed it. Yeah, it was a discrepancy. They didn't get along. But to the outsider, you know what he told him? He said, don't worry about that. That's my brother. Jewish. Two Jewish guys were not seeing eye to eye, and they didn't like each other. And it got to now, when it's like that, people could see these things.
You see that?
You don't have to say you hate them. I can see you hate them.
That's right.
I can see she hates you. Actions speak louder. You don't have to say that at all. Right. I know. He said, man, every time this guy comes here, you get upset. You get riled up. You find something to get upset about. It's always something. And then we like to say stuff and throw it in the air. I don't want to say it directly to you, but I'm going to say it in the air. You're going to catch it because it's for you. All that is childish and womanly. That's what heathen women do. It's not even what the Israelite women do. That's what heathen women do. Right. On the chats, on the Instagrams, on the Facebooks. That's what they do. All these ways we can't be following, man. We too social media out. We too social media out. Sometimes I tell people, get off the chat and listen more. Read more. People be in the chat, ain't got no book. Time sheet, man.
Then the king said to the wise men, which knew the times, for so was the king's manner towards all that knew law and judgment.
They knew the times. You know what they said? They said, look, man, this ain't good. He's the king. And if she's the number one woman, he's the number one man. And if the woman the number one woman go against her man or refuse it, it's giving them. They're gonna have to, it's gonna cause people to follow after her because she's the head. Tell she.
And the next unto him was Kashina. She thought.
Yeah, go
what shall we do unto the queen Vashti according to the law? Because she had not performed the commandment of the king of Ahasuerus by the chamber.
Listen, man, we gotta do something about this because
we gotta make
just because she's his wife don't mean nothing gonna be done. Because you see how tight he is. But we got to do something about this because this was done in the eyes of everybody. See, if you do it behind closed doors, you get a certain rebuke. You do it out in the open, you get an open rebuke. Y'all get that?
That's right.
You get it how you give it up. You get it? You do it in front of everybody. You lie on me in front of everybody. Come and recall that lie back in front of everybody.
That's right.
That's justice.
That's the right way to do it. That's the right way to do it.
I hear people say, nah, yeah, I know I was wrong. But
you did it in front of everybody.
You're telling me, you're not telling the person you're wrong. When you wronged them, you did it on Facebook.
Yeah. So go on Facebook and
go back on Facebook and unwrong that.
That's right.
That's how you fix things, man. You don't leave it that way. Time sheet.
And Memucan answered before the king and the princes, Vashti, the queen, had not done wrong to the king only.
Not only did she do the king wrong,
but also to all the princes and to all the people that are in all the provinces of the king of Ahasuerus. But this deed of the queen shall come abroad unto all women.
This is what's happening. One day, one day in the 1930s or 40s, the president's wife, Lyndon B. Johnson's wife, put on a pair of overall jeans. Okay, y'all know what overall jeans is. Farmers jeans. Jeans that got suspenders.
Yeah.
No woman wore those. No woman wore pants at that time. When she put that on, all the women in America and in the world saw what she did abroad. Meaning, it was pictures. They saw it. It was in the newspaper. It was on the show that you watch. Okay? And all the women saw that. And now they want to wear pants now. This is true history. The woman ain't wear no pants. No woman in the world wore pants until the late 1900s. Lyndon B. Johnson's wife put on a pair of overalls. And when she did that, that's when all the women got out of their skirts. That's when they started wearing pants like men. First, it was real big and loose. They called them pantaloons. It was real big and loose. It looked like a skirt. But then when she started walking, you see it's a split there. This is pants. It's just a big legs. And after a while, they just wear pants. This is the history of pants wearing for women in this world. In the 1700s, they ain't wear it. In the 1600s, they ain't wear it. They wore them big ballroom, big giant, they start real small waist, and then it come out. You can't even see her legs. That was amongst the heathen.
Umbrella under the skirt.
What am I doing? Say that again? It's like an umbrella under the skirt. Why? And then it come down. When she walk, you don't see no shake. Can.
C-A-N-C-A-N.
See? In Panama, old Panama, they had that. Bet you if you go back to Panama now, if you go there now, they ain't got that no more. Look. Me and my brother went to my aunt's house to help her move. She was moving furniture. We came across something we never seen or even know existed. It's a certain thing, the material to cover a woman's teats, which is her nipples. Because some women have nipples more than others. No matter what you put on, it shows.
2-inch ones,
right?
too.
And they had that. They called them old-fashioned. But my aunt, she's dead now. This was in her time, in her generation. All the women wore it. Why they don't wear it no more?
That's right.
They're not even wearing the clothes that you could wear that stuff on.
They want the nipples to come out. They want to show their nipples. That's right.
He said, for this deed of the queen, what the queen did shall come abroad unto all women, so that they shall despise their husbands in their eyes when it shall be reported. You see, this is the ancient world. This ain't the Israelites. We weren't the only ones that commanded our household. We weren't the only ones that ran it as men. Because people like to say, oh, it's the Israelites. They always want to. No. We weren't the only ones that had more than one wife. That's right. Egyptians had more than one wife. Syrians had more than one wife. This was the way of the ancient world. That certain things, it wasn't a custom. This was the way everybody did it. Tell you.
The king Ahasuerus commanded Vashti the queen to be brought in before him, but she came not. Likewise shall the ladies of Persia and
the ladies. See, that's the first time you ever heard that word. Ladies. Ladies. Daughter of Zion ain't no lady. Israelite women are not ladies. Because if you're a lady, you can become a lady of the night. Yeah. Okay? If you're a lady, that means I'm a gentleman. And I ain't no gentleman. Okay. That's why we say brothers and sisters. We don't say ladies and gentlemen. Some shit.
Likewise shall the ladies of Persia and Media say this day unto all the king's princes which had heard of the deed of the queen. Thus shall there arise too much contempt and wrath
in everybody's house. It's called cause, temper. All right. You see how you go online and they say, hey, they ask a question. Should the woman be allowed to do all these things? This is the start of it. This is why people do these things and ask this question. And some people say, well, yeah, I'll let her do it. Some people say no. Some people say, because everybody's opinion matters now. Everybody's opinion matters now. The lowest of lowest, wickedest person has a say-so on the internet. He said they're going to despise their husbands in their eyes, man, when it shall be reported. He said, thus shall there arise too much contempt and wrath. If it please the king, let there go a royal commandment from him, and let it be written among the law of the Persians and the Medes that it not be altered. Altered means changed. He said that Vashti come no more before King Ahasuerus, and let the king
give her royal estate unto another that is better than she.
Her royal estate is everything that she owns, which is her title and her place as queen. Okay? The throne she sit on as queen. Okay? The subjects that serve her. She's been all that's been confiscated.
And when the king decree which he shall make shall be published throughout all his empire, but it is great. All the wives shall give to their husbands honor, both to great and small.
Both to great and small, meaning that man is rich, you still gotta give him money. That man is poor, you still gotta give him money.
That's right. And the same pleased the king and the princes, and the king did according to the word of Memucan.
He's the number one advisor to Ahasuerus.
Was he a eunuch?
And he was a very wise dude.
Right.
Very wise. Because look,
but he said,
I don't want the next thing you know, I go home, my wife started doing that to me because she saw the king wife doing it. And the king allowed it, so they're gonna look at me like I'm supposed to allow it. I ain't the king, I ain't better than the king, so I should allow it. That's why they made this. Tell you.
But he sent letters into all the king's provinces, into every province according to the writing thereof, and to every people after their language, that every man should bear rule in his own house. That it should be published according to the language.
Amongst the Persians, the Iran, who everybody went to war with in the late 70s and early 80s. But these people, you said what? That every
man should bear rule in his own house, and that it should be published according to the language of every people.
I do not move into a woman's house. If she have her own house, I ain't moving in there. I'm sorry.
Uh-uh.
I'm always have my own.
Mm-mm.
That way I have 100% bare rule in my house.
That's right.
It's her house. She gonna have a say so.
Of course.
She can call police and get me put out.
Unless you got an iron chest.
Okay, I ain't got time for all that. We not gonna do. You know why? I gotta have an iron chest because I got an iron woman. I don't want that. So guess what I'm gonna do? We do what my forefathers did to prevent all of that. Have my own. Because today, a woman in her man's house, she knows she can't say nothing. No. One woman, she said, well, look, I'm going to just get out your house. I'm not okay, bye. Bye. You know, look, I ain't even got to kick you out. You know you got to go. But if it was her house, I got to go. And we ain't having that.
How much time
Because she don't have the mercy that God does.
She ready?
She gonna put you out. You wouldn't put her out, but she will put you out.
Say it again.
You wouldn't put her out, but she will put you out because you're a man.
Not there.
That's what they say, because you're a man. Oh yeah, because since I'm a man, I run everything. I buy everything. I pay for everything. Nobody can tell me nothing. Sorry, that's how it go. That's how it go. In this country, that's how it go. Arguing with my woman one day. The neighbors called the police. She ain't called. She ain't tell me. But my mouth is what really elevated everything. I was tight. Neighbors called. After a while, boop, 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 boop. Go there. I open up. What y'all want? What happened? I already know why they're there. What happened? What y'all want? Oh, well, take it easy. No, you take it easy. You knocking on my door like you own my door. This is my house. Matter of fact, wait right here. Well, no. I went. I got my lease and my ID. I said, this is my house. I'm arguing with my woman. Okay? Well, can we see her? Yeah, you can see her. Come. Look. Show them. You ain't got no lint. Yeah. If they want to see bruises. I ain't stupid. My mouth bruised her. My words. I know what to say to her. I can make her cry without touching her. Because I know her. And she knows me. So she know where I'm coming from. All of this I explained to them. He said, okay, well, ma'am, are you okay? Yes, you okay. Stop talking to her. It's my house. He said, well, wow, why are you so? I said, because y'all ain't got no business coming here. My neighbors need to mind their business. You know, I'm wilding. You know what he tells me? Why don't you take a walk? I said, why should I take a walk and it's my house? She the one got me tight. Tell her to go take a walk. Word. Why I gotta take a walk and it's my house?
No, word. That's
but
different.
You know what he said? When he looked at the lease, he said, well, Mr. Johnson, this is very rare. You know why he said that? Most men don't have their own house. It's always in the woman's house. And that's why the relationships don't work.
Every time.
Term sheet.
After these things, chapter 2. After these things, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus was appeased, he remembered Vashti.
Okay, go down to verse 5. Go down to verse 5. We ain't got time for the whole 8. I want to go through the whole 8. So
And
I edited it. You know what I'm saying? So go to verse 5.
And the thing pleased the king, and he did so. Now in Shushan the palace, there was a certain Jew.
Now introduces. It says they call them Jews.
Jew.
They call them Jew or Jews, short for Judah, the tribe of Judah. So instead of saying the Da part, they just say Jew. Right. They just started calling them Jews, descendants of Judah. So this guy here, a certain Jew. This was no regular Jew. That's why I say a certain term sheet.
Whose name was Mordecai.
Mordecai was
the son of Yair,
the
son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a Benjamite,
who
had been carried away from Jerusalem with the captivity, which had been carried away with Jeconiah, king of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried away. And he brought up Hadassah.
He brought up Hadassah.
That is Esther.
Now, the name of this book is called Esther, right? That's the Persian Iranian name that was given to her. Her original name, Hebrew name, is Hadassah. Okay? That is her cousin. Mordecai is her cousin. He said he brought up Hadassah, he brought her up. So he's an older cousin, old enough to be her father. Okay? And he took her to be a daughter. His uncle's
daughter.
Uh-huh.
For she had neither father nor mother.
Her parents dead. Okay?
And the maid was fair and beautiful, whom Mordecai, when her father and her mother were dead, took for his own daughter.
So he took his cousin, his younger cousin, as his own daughter. And she treated him as her father.
Right.
When she ain't feel like it, then he ain't feel like listening. She ain't told like, well, you just my older cousin now. She ain't do that, man. That's the honor that they have. I don't know what honor is. Honor, first of all, for me to honor you, I gotta be around you.
Say it again.
First of all, for me to honor you, I have to be around you.
Say it again.
I have to be around. I have to be present. Yeah. To show my honor. If I don't go to school, I won't even get to take the test to pass because I'm not around. This thing go a long way. She looked at him as a father, and he took her as his daughter. Time sheet.
So it came to pass.
No. Hey, they didn't become kissing cousins. Time sheet.
So it came to pass when the king's commandment and his decree was heard, and when many maidens were gathered together unto Shushan the palace, to the custody of Hegai, that Esther was brought also unto the king's house to the custody of Hegai,
now, all the beautiful, all the virgins, first of all, the requirements, you have to be a virgin. It's like being in a beauty pageant or something. What's going on there? Because whoever the king pick is going to be queen. So the fairest of all virgins from all over the land. Look, my daughter's a virgin. My daughter's beautiful. Yeah, come on. We're going to go up there. I'm going to enter you into this thing, this contest, and see if you get picked. Okay? He said the maiden pleased him, and she obtained kindness. Now, the guy that's in charge of the woman, making sure the woman go through what they have to go through to look presentable to the king, and we're going to read about that. He had a special eye towards Esther. See, when God is with you, I said, when God is with you, you could be in prison. And I know this from experience. And guess what? The racist white guard, he's going to look at all you blacks and look at you and give you a pet name and pull you to the side. You're not going to involve you in his hatred of the same color as you. I know this for the experience. The only thing I ain't looking at, well, I'm special. God did this. God put me in here, but he's maintaining me here, so I know I'm not going to be left in here. That's how you recognize your sins before God. The punishment. Recognize the punishment that only happened to you. And ask yourself, why it happened to you and not him or them? The stuff that's happening to them, why it come to you? Then you will recognize, okay? He says she obtained kindness of him, and he speedily gave her things for purification. He gave her what she needed quicker than he gave the other ones. Because there's a purification. See, when a woman comes off her nidata, off her period, her menstrual cycle, right? She bathed, she take a bath in certain oils, okay? Certain perfumes. They did that for 7 days. And then when they got clean, that's when they went and brought their offering up, because they had to bring an offering up too, because of them being unclean. Okay? So he gave her all the stuff of purification. Look, man, when these women stand in front of you, she smells like a bottle of perfume. She smells like a flower. When she sweat, it smells like nectar. Yes, because she's been bathing in these oils. That's why they got Bed Bath and Beyond. And see, when I see a woman always got that stuff, I like that. I ain't got to worry about smelling breath, feet. There's a smell that happens under her breasts. If she don't take care of that right too. Right or wrong, y'all.
Yes.
We know our hygiene. We know, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
All of that they had to worry about. They had to worry about. Time sheet.
With such things as belong to her, and 7 maidens which were meet to be given her.
She had
out.
7 maids. Every woman had 7 maids. That king, this is when you rule the world and you run everything. Your economy is going to be where you could give your servant 7 servants. 127 provinces. At that time, that was everybody in the known civilized world. Every kingdom, every city, everybody who was functioning, human beings, was under those 127 provinces. Anywhere where people were living and had houses, it was he had that covered.
Out of the king's house, and he preferred her and her maids unto the best place of the house of the
and
woman.
he gave her the best spot. You got the best bathhouse. You got the best this. You got the best. I gave you the best because I dig her. Not for me. Not because I like her. Because that's what most men, they do stuff for women because they like them. Sometimes we set a woman up in there so that because I know he gonna do it for her. He ain't gonna do it for me. That's how it goes. Certain men got set up that way, especially men who love women, love to be provocative with women. They can get them. Just send a pretty one his way and let her give him a little bit of attention. And you could get him. You can get him. Next thing you know, you're looking down the barrel of a gun. Woman. God gave us woman. And let me tell y'all something. Hold on. I wrote this down. God gives everything with rules. Everything that God gives, it comes with rules. God gave you life. You got rules. God gave you this planet. You got rules on how to sow and reap. Mm-hmm. God gave you the Shabbat. You got rules. He gave you the feast days. You got rules. You got rules for your wife, rules for the husband, rules for the children. He gave you a house. You got rules. Land, rules. Everything comes with rules. Time sheet.
Esther had not showed her people nor her kindred, for Mordecai had charged her that she should not show.
Now, the one thing that she kept hidden was that she was an Israelite. She was a Jew.
Yeah.
Racism started with who you were, not your skin color.
Not there.
Yeah.
Not there.
All these people were black. All these people were black. All these people were black.
Not there.
All right, the first world was black before white man came. Before white man came and he took us, all right, we was taking each other.
Yeah.
Black nation against black nation, putting black nations in slave against each other. Just think about that one.
Yeah.
So she never showed that who she was. All right? Mordecai told her, yo, keep the fact that you a Jew hidden. You know why? Because he see this. For some reason, everybody hate Israelites. We live by God's laws, and we call upon the true and living name. Everybody hates you for that. They're going to hate you for that. They don't like to see you with more than one woman. They don't like to see the woman allowing that.
True.
Time sheet.
And Mordecai walked every day before the court of the woman's house to know how Esther did and what should become of her.
So look, he would walk past where she stay at every day. Walk past, how the hell, yo, everything good? Make sure she all right. Time sheet.
Now when every maid turned was come to go into the king Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months.
Look, they gather all the women up, everybody get their quarters, their purification, and you don't see the king yet. A whole year passed. Let's see why. Let's see what's done within that year.
She had, according to the manner of the woman, for so were the days of her purification accomplished, to wit 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for the purifying of the woman.
So the first 6 months, oils of myrrh. Myrrh. She bathes in that with oils of the fragrances. For 6 months, every day, she bathed in that. Then for the next 6 months of the year, she used sweet odors, other odors that are sweet. This is why women wear lotions that smell like apples. Smell like fruit. Say, strawberry. There's a woman in here somewhere. You know it ain't no man smelling like this. I smell cheesecake. She smell like food. Yeah. They got odors that make smell like food. The woman's supposed to smell. Yes. Not me. She's supposed to smell edible. Tom sheet.
Then thus came every maiden unto the king. Whatsoever she desired was given her to go with her out of the
Whatever
house of the
she
woman.
feel, hey, look, I look
king's
better
house.
than I look good in red and scarlet. So I'm gonna need some linen scarlet. They gave it to her.
That's tough.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever the woman needed to make her beauty stick out and to ornament her beauty, they gave it to her. Tongue sheet. That's why today, women, they love put stuff in their hair, put flowers in their hair. They're doing their beautiness. That's what they made for. These are the things women do. All right? Tongue sheet.
In the evening she went, and on the morrow she returned to the second house of the woman, to the custody of Shahashgaz.
Sorry about that. The pronunciation of Persians and Babylonians is still strange to us. We're used to pronouncing American names and Israelite names. When it comes to other type of names, it's kind of hard. That's why sometimes I say skip that whole verse. Come sheet.
In that she were called by the name. Now, when the turn of Esther, the daughter of Abigail, the uncle of Mordecai, who had taken her for the daughter, was come to go in unto the king.
It's Esther's turn now. It's her turn, Tamshi.
She required nothing but what Haggai, the king's chamberlain, the keeper.
She didn't ask for all that extra stuff. She don't need it. Her beauty's different. She didn't need nothing to ornament her beauty. Her beauty is already ornamented. Her eyes was different. She didn't shape up her eyes like the rest of the women. You know you can't shape your eyes, your eyebrows. Men or women, we can't touch your eyebrows. When you mess with your eyebrows, you worship dogs and cats. Yeah, because in Egypt, there was a dog that they put at the door. They made a door, but this door ain't got no room. It's an imaginary room. They said this is the gate to the dead. And at that door, there's a jackal, which dogs come out. They're in the same family as dogs. They're all canines. Okay? It sits this high, and it guards. It's supposed to guard the realm of the dead. This is Egypt. Okay? And the people, in honor of worship of that jackal, would cut their eyebrows and paint new ones. Sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Or cut into certain shapes. Sound familiar? Yeah. It's where it come from. It's where it come from. All cosmetology is worship of the dead, of the devil, and sun, moon, and stars. Time sheet.
And Esther obtained favor in the sight of all them that looked upon her. So Esther was taken unto the king, Ahasuerus, into the house royal in the 10th month, which is the month Tebet, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved Esther above all the women, and she obtained grace and favor in that sight more than all the virgins.
There is a thing called love at first sight. Mm-hmm. I've been through it. I know some of y'all have been. Man and woman.
Oh, yeah.
Because you ask. You said, well, who that? Yeah. See, all the men laugh because they know. First thing a man asks is, who that? When Dinah went amongst the children, went amongst the daughters of the land to chill out with the heathen daughters, the prince, he came through, he looked, he inquired. He said, man, look. I've been seeing there, you'll see y'all there, but there's a new one there. I gotta hurry up and move before you move. Or you move. Because everybody's desiring a wife. So sometimes, if you slow, you blow. That's how it is, man. I seen that, man. So you gotta look. You gotta have your stuff right. You gotta have your house right, your income right, everything, so that you have somewhere I got a wife now. I can take her here. You can't go to her grandma's house where she stay at, in her grandma's basement. You can't move in there. And then talk about y'all got to be quiet on the Sabbath. You can't do these things. We're doing everything the way you want to do it, the way the heathens do it, and that's why we don't get the results that our forefathers got. Their way is supposed to be our ways, the way they got married, the way they bury the dead, the way they celebrate, the way they party, the way they dress, the way they eat, the way they talk to each other.
Amen.
Everything had to be different, man. Time sheet.
So that he set the royal crown upon her head and made her queen instead of Vashti.
Oh.
Then the king made a great feast unto all the princes and servants, even Esther's feast, and he made a release to the provinces and gave gifts according to the state of the king. And when the virgins were gathered together the second time, then Mordecai sat in the king's gate. Esther had not yet showed her kindred nor her people, as Mordecai had charged.
She's still listening to him. She ain't let nobody know that she's Israelite, that she's Jewish. Time sheet.
But Esther did the commandment of Mordecai, like as when she was brought up with him.
Meaning, as old as she is now, she still listens to him the same way she did when she was 6 years old. Mm-hmm. That's what that means.
Nothing changed.
You won't honor your mother and father unless you listen to her as if you was a child. Don't care how old you are. And your feelings go out the window, dummy.
Right.
Your feelings go out the window, man. Mm-hmm. They don't care about your feelings, boy. Your feelings don't work. Not with your parents. Because when you become a parent, their feelings don't work to you. So what makes you so special? I'm supposed to exact everything from my children, but I don't give it up. You are not a good person before God. Your ways are destructive. And you only do things to make you look good. You only do things to make you look good. Not to complete what God has put down.
That's right.
Because, look, I used to tell my kids, I give it up to my daddy and my mom. You gonna give it up to me.
That's right.
I'm gonna get mine because I gave it up. Yeah, that's what I told all my kids. Up to this day, none of them back talk me. If I drop a fork, all of them bump their head trying to grab the fork and give it to me.
That's true.
Right now. And they don't live this life because they ran off with their mothers. But that honor and that respect still there.
That's right.
They still reach out to me. I don't have to reach out to them. The children have to reach out to the parents. If your parent is upset with you and they're not speaking to you, you better check in until they speak to you. Don't leave it that way. You corrupt. Who you think you are? Who you think you are? Oh, well, he might ain't speaking to me, so I'm going to just be over here. No.
That's right.
Well, Abba told me he don't want to have nothing to do with me. So no, don't accept that.
Yeah.
Give him some time. Okay, right at that moment, they don't want to see or hear from you. Because they might kill you. At that moment.
Talk about it, man.
But don't let days, weeks, months turn into years, turn into decades.
Talk about
and then when they die, you're going to cry.
All right, you want to come around.
You want to come around and talk.
Come around.
When they die, you want to cry. You want to act like you loved them and you gave it up all this time.
You're a creep.
All right? And then when you have a child, you're supposed to be so revered and respected. That's why they tell you to go and do something to yourself. And they go about their business.
Facts.
We'll go around, come around.
Facts.
We'll go around, come around. What you give to your mother and father, I ain't gonna have no kids. Well, there's gonna be some kids that's gonna come in your life and get you. It's gonna be someone, it's gonna be younger. Ain't gonna be nobody older, because you don't know how it feel to be older. The younger always want to, I only respect those who live it. Man, pipe down. Pipe that down. You don't respect God's law. There's not 3 laws you've been doing for 5 years straight, non-stop. Think about that. 3 laws. 3. For 5 years straight. Who's been here for 5 years and more? Have you been doing a law that you've been introduced to? 3 of them or 1? Just one. Straight. If you didn't and you can't, you need to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
If you just started, you need to keep your mouth shut.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a new jack, you need to keep your mouth shut. This is why you can't learn. I hear people trying to tell you this, and then but you running your mouth, you ain't gonna get it. That's why when you're in school, the main thing that the teachers tell you to do is shut up.
That's right.
Shut up, shut up,
That's
shut up.
attention.
We don't know how to shut up.
That's right.
We always running our mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Time sheet.
In those days, while Mordecai sat in the king's gate, two of the king's chamberlain, Victor, Teresh, of those which kept the door, were wroth and sought to lay hands on the king of Ahasuerus.
There's two guys named Big Ten and T-Resh. These guys were keeping the door, and they were wroth. They were mad. They didn't say what they was mad about. But there are times when you'll have people who work for you. It's, yo, man, I don't like this. I don't like how you're doing this. Da, 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 da. Now, I got a group.
Uh-oh.
Cool. Got a group that think the same way. You know what's going to happen next? Coup.
Yep.
Before the coup, they start showing disdain for the leader or the teacher or the king or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
They show disdain for him because he's not telling you what you want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He's not doing this to you. It's okay. So my Abba said,
Yeah.
we're not doing this. We're not going to do that. They wanted to kill the king because of whatever disappointment they had. And Mordecai found out about it.
And the thing was known to Mordecai, who told it unto Esther the queen. And Esther certified the king thereof in Mordecai's name.
So he didn't just tell anybody. I'm going to tell
The queen.
the queen. If I don't, look. I don't listen to nobody. Wait a minute. What's up, baby? Talk to me. And then I'll judge what she tells me. But she got my ear all the time. So she's supposed to have I'm supposed to have her ear all the time.
Right.
I'm supposed to have her. Look, I'm in another room and you hear my voice. Pay attention.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Pay attention.
Right.
Well, Mother Israel agreed.
Right. That's right.
Because that's the same way we have to be with our parents. Practice make perfect. A girl that don't listen to her mother and father ain't gonna make a good wife.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna be a good wife. Don't call me daddy. You ain't listen to your daddy. Don't call me daddy. Nah, those are games to make me open up. That's what they do now. They call their husband daddy. But you don't listen to me as a daddy. You didn't even listen to your own daddy.
Ain't daddy no more.
Your practice made perfect.
Daddy.
Oh wow, that's some
He said that's so loud.
That's a whore.
They'll switch the D to a Z.
They switch everything, man. They switch everything. Time sheet.
Nah.
Where I'm at. 22, verse 22.
And the king was known to Mordecai. And the thing was known to Mordecai, who told it unto Esther the queen. And Esther certified the king thereof in Mordecai's name.
Right.
And when the inquisition was made of the matter, it was found out.
Inquisition means interrogation, inquiry. People were separated and questioned. All those who know, who have saw, or who have heard. Not you who wasn't there. I'm not going to go to you who it was told to. I want to speak to who was there. And I notice when people say, I saw it, I was there. This is what happened. That's the person least they to listen to now. People don't want to listen to that person. People want to listen to lies. And y'all being brainwashed by social media because that's all that's on there most of the time is people's lies. Their opinions are lies. They're not facts. There should be no opinions. Everybody's supposed to live by facts. Don't be like them. Don't go on social media and think like them. It is a thinking. The whole world is on that now. Okay? And the way the world is thinking is being spread and influenced when you go on there. They brainwash you the same way the TV was brainwashing us. And this is extra. This is more than what the TV do. Because now you got people who got say so. You got people who never had a say so in life, right? All they got to do is do this now.
That's it.
Okay? And their point is valid. Mm-hmm. And my opinion has been heard.
That's weird.
It matters now. Watch it. Don't think like that. You can't serve. You can't follow any rule. You can't go to a restaurant and follow the rules of the kitchen thinking like that. Don't you know people have jobs and they get fired because they don't follow the rules of the job because they don't have it in them to follow rules?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure.
Their ways are so messed up. They don't like having rules up in front of them. Time sheet.
Therefore, they were both hanged on a tree. And it was written in the book of the Chronicles before the king. Chapter 3. After these things, they came.
Remember that. Remember that. This was brought up for a reason. Mordecai, Pete, these guys were conspiring to kill the king. He told Esther to let the king know. When Esther let the king know, she let it be known that she got this information from Mordecai. She did not come up with it and say and take the credit. That's another thing. See, as we go along, that's another thing. Stop taking the credit for what other people do. Stop changing stories around. People are changing stories around of what happened, and this people are changing the narrative. That's what they do on social media. And I see people are doing the same thing. Stop changing what happened. Okay? Time sheet.
After these things, the king Ahasuerus promote Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite.
That was his man. He said originally that's his man, Hammedatha. Remember now, Haman,
the Agagite,
the son of Hammedatha, is an Agagite. Agag. Agagites come out the line of Agag. Agag is the same king that Saul was commanded to kill. He didn't kill him and bring him back, and then the prophet had to kill him. Somewhere along the line, he had sons somewhere that got away. Okay? They got away, and that's why we still got descendants of Agag, the Amalekites. So Amalekites, Agag, Amalekites, they are already sworn enemies of Israelites. This is why this guy didn't like Mordecai. Look, he had to do nothing for me not to like him. But it's in the blood. It's in the bloodline. There's a thing called bloodline. Okay? Me and your family never got along. But my forefather and your forefather, it was never right between us. And now, I don't even know that you out of that line. But I got an infinity of evil eyes towards you. And I don't even know why. That's what happened here. Okay? This guy came out of a line that was sentenced to be destroyed. Okay? He slipped through. He's still hanging around. Okay? And he advanced him. He promoted him. He promoted Haman and set his seat above all the princes. So now Haman is second in command. You got the king, now you got Haman. Time sheet.
And all the king's servants that were in the king's gate bowed, reverenced Haman.
Now, every time Haman passed through, he bowed. He bowed to him. Okay? And the king commanded this. Okay? How am I going to have a second command and y'all disrespecting my second command? Nah. No. How you going? Oh, well, respect him, but I don't respect him. No. They're together. He put him there. You disrespect Moses, you try to kill Moses, you get at God. Huh? Didn't God put him in charge? So how do you think everybody's not going to bow down to this guy? Everybody must bow down. It's the king's commandment. Time sheet.
For the king had so commanded concerning him, but Mordecai bowed not, nor did him reverence.
Mordecai didn't bow, and he didn't reverence him. He didn't worship him as a superior. He didn't acknowledge him as a superior. We do that to each other. We do that to each other. Two prince men. Look, don't acknowledge each other. Keep going. That's it. On everybody. Skip over you. Boom, 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 boom,
I've
boom,
seen
boom.
that happen. I've seen that happen.
That's what that is. And now everybody see that you got something with him. That's not good. Tom sheet.
Then the king's servant, which were in the king's gate, said unto Mordecai, why transgressed thou the king's commandment?
Why are you not bowing down to Haman? Because remember, it is the king's commandment. Okay? But look, Mordecai got a lot of backup. God is with him. And he got a lot of backup.
That's his backup.
No.
That's right.
He's a Jew. He served God. God was with him. Right?
That's right.
Check this out. He's out the line of Kish, Benjamin. Who else was out that line? Saul. First king. First king that God put on the throne of Israel. He's out that line. He's a Benjamin. Amalekites did not get along with the tribe of Benjamin from back then. Okay? From Saul time. Now, he has the credit accredited to him for letting the king know that these two guys were conspiring to kill the king. That goes to his credit. He's the one that is responsible for these guys getting caught and getting punished, right? And the cherry on top of the cake is that his daughter / cousin is your wife now.
Yes.
A Jew, which is related to me. And I did you a favor. He got all of that working for him now. So it's going to build a crust. I ain't bowing down to this guy. I'm not bowing down to him. Everybody else going to bow down to him. I'm not bowing down to him. Bow to him? You crazy. Time sheet.
Now it came to pass when they spake daily unto him, that he hearkened not unto them.
Every day they told him, yo, man, you bugging, man. You got to bow when you pull up. He like, man, I ain't bowing nothing. Time sheet.
That they told Haman to see whether Mordecai's matter
So now
we're
going to see what Mordecai going to do. I'm going to go tell him. This is instigators. People don't know how to mind their business. I'm going to go tell this guy that he ain't never going to bow. He already said he ain't bowing down to you. And we're going to see if this word is still going to stand. Time sheet.
But he had told them that he was a Jew.
And when he told them he was a Jew, you see, he let it out. Now he let it out. He knew when to let it out. Time sheet.
And when Haman saw that Mordecai bowed not, nor did him reverence, then was Haman full of wrath. And he thought scorn to lay hands on Haman, on Mordecai alone. For they had showed him the people of Mordecai.
He said, man, I hate this guy. Everybody else acknowledged me except him. So I want to kill him. And he a Jew. That's what's going on in his head now. Time sheet.
Wherefore Haman sought to destroy all the Jews that were throughout the
And
whole
look,
kingdom.
just because of that now, I don't like none of your people. I don't like you, none of your people. All the Jews got to go. All the Israelites got to go. Time sheet.
Even the people of Mordecai. In the first month, that is, the month Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast pur, that is the lot, before Haman from day to day, and from month to month, to the 12th month, that is, the month Adar. And Haman said unto King Ahasuerus, there was a certain people scattered abroad and dispersed among the people in all the provinces.
Look. Haman, you're about to point something out now. He said, and Haman said unto King Ahasuerus, there was a certain people, specific type of people that had been scattered abroad. We know who that is. We know who he's talking about.
Israel.
God scattered Israel.
That's right.
Okay? And they knew. They knew. He said there's a certain people scattered abroad and dispersed. Dispersion. They've been scattered and dispersed among the people in all the provinces of thy kingdom, and their laws are diverse.
Different.
Give me goose pimples.
Different.
This goose pimples to hear a heathen
Diverse from all.
know exactly who their God is that they serve and who those people are. And the people don't. My own people don't recognize. There's a certain people scattered abroad and dispersed amongst the people, and their laws are diverse from all people. Our laws are different to everybody on this planet. Old, new, young, whatever. They're different. Neither keep they the king's laws. Certain, no, you know what that means? Certain laws that the king say, we ain't doing that. That one we ain't doing. Because it gets in that, because it's in defiance and in violation of the laws of God. Tongue sheet. Now, look. I will conform to Babylon. I will pray for the peace of America. But you ain't going to have it. If you make a law saying everybody got to eat swine, then now we got a different story going on. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to not observe the Shabbat in captivity. You see what I'm saying? There are still laws that has to be done. Okay? The general stuff is you don't look at these guys as enemies. Don't throw bricks at the government. Stay out of their limelight. You know what I'm saying? No rallying, no rioting. Leave that alone. Okay? You know why you're here. God put you here to live and die. Yeah. Whether you do his commandments or not. You are living and dying in the land of your enemies. Okay? Time sheet.
Therefore, it is not for the king's profit to suffer them. It is, if it please the king, let it be written that they may be destroyed. And I will pay 10,000 talents of silver to the hands of those that have the charge of the business, to bring it into the king's treasury.
Bring it into the king's treasury. That 10,000 talents equivalent, because it's by weight of silver. Silver is very heavy. It's almost $1 million. Okay, to every handler that charges, because it's not one person that's going to take care of this, have this done. You got 127 provinces, so you got 127 charges. Men, you go to that sector, you go to that sector, and he pays each and every one of them that. That's over $1 million. That's how much money these people got. Time sheet. 10. No, go to 11. Go to 11.
And the king said unto Haman, the silver is given to thee, the people also, to do with them as it seemeth good to thee.
The king said, all right, go ahead. You got all the silver you need.
Then were the king's scribe called on the 13th day of the first month, and there was written according to all that Haman had commanded unto the king's lieutenants, and to the governors that were over every province, and to the rulers of every people, of every province, according to the writing thereof, and to every people after their language, in the name of King Ahasuerus was it written.
So
and
this became a law
with the king's ring.
With the king's ring. Sealed with the king's ring. It's like sealed approval. The only one that could do that was the king. Okay? He has a ring. It's the same type of ring that Jezebel took from Ahab and made letters and stamped of approval with. He said the letters were sent by post. You know what post is, right? The post office. This is one of the first mention of a post of mail or documents or statements put on paper being sent and carried to another section or part of the land, another city, or from somewhere far away. Because 127 provinces, that's a lot of nations. And where Shushan is at, man, you got to get a letter out to everybody. Hundreds and thousands of miles away, okay? This was the first mention of posts, of the post office, of mail, of messages being sent. We didn't have these gadgets yet. Long time before we had these, or even a phone. Time sheet.
And to all the king's provinces, to destroy, to kill, and to cause to perish all Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, even upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar, to take the spoil of them for prey. The copy of the writing for commandment.
They got permission on the 13th day of that month to kill everybody who is a Jew. young and old, little children and women. Anytime they wanted to wipe us out, that's how they wiped us out. Okay? So I don't want to hear in other parts of the book where God orders the children of Israel to wipe certain people out, both young and old, infant and suckling. Oh, he's so look, everybody does that. Egypt was doing it. Everybody was doing it to us. Now, when God tells us to do it to one specific person over here, it's a problem. Time sheet.
The copy of the writing for a commandment to be given in every province was published unto all people, that they should be ready against that day.
Be ready to kill all the Jews. That's what that is. You have permission. It's like that movie, The Purge. So on that day, remember? On that day, I got a problem with you and I want to get rid of you. I have all rights. And the same with me. Whoever I have a problem with, whoever I want to get rid of, I can get rid of on that day. I got 24 hours to do that. This is where they got it from.
The post went out being hastened by the king's commandment. And the decree was given in Shushan the palace. And the king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city Shushan was perplexed.
Perplexed meaning, man, it was houses where people was like, yo, what we gonna do? We can't run off nowhere. It was pandemonium, confusion, desperation going on. While these guys sitting down drinking, having fun. Because they're not the ones that's gonna die. Time sheet.
When Mordecai, chapter 4. When Mordecai perceived all that was done, Mordecai rent his clothes and put on sackcloth with ashes, and went out into the midst of the city and cried with a loud and bitter cry.
He did something. Usually, a man will put on sackcloth, he'll rent his clothes. You know what that means? And I'll put sackcloth over it, put ashes on his head. He said, but he didn't stay in the house. He went out in the midst of the city like that and cried with a loud and bitter cry. See, this is everybody getting hit up on a full scale. It's not just one man now. He going out there and he crying out because of what he heard, that everybody's going to die now. Time sheet.
And came even before the king's gate, for none might enter into the king's gate clothed with sackcloth.
He said nobody could come up in there clothed with sackcloth. Can't come up in here mourning and fasting. So he went right there and he stood by the king's gate like that in defiance. Time sheet. Because of what he heard is going to happen to his people. And
in every province, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, there was great mourning among the Jews, and fasting and weeping and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes.
Where did they get this from? How they know to do that? How they know? David. They learned that from David. And David wasn't the only one that did it. Ahab did it. Hundreds of years later. All the kings that served God did this on a natural, on a regular. Anytime there's a big, going to be destruction or big something bad happening, this is what everybody did as a whole. Ow. Everybody knew that. Time sheet.
So Esther made her chamberlains came and told it her. Then was the king exceedingly grieved, and she sent raiment to clothe Mordecai, and to take away his sackcloth from him, but he received it not.
When she heard about it, she said, oh man, I don't want him, because where he's at, they could kill him for that. He's not supposed to be by the king's gate or enter the king's gate in sackcloth. They don't like that. Okay, these are Persians. So she wants to hurry up and save him from that. She sent raiment. She's not going out there. She sent through a messenger clothes for him to put on. And he said, nah, I'm staying like this. Time sheet.
Then called Esther by Hatak, one of the king's chamberlain, whom he had appointed to attend the party.
Go down to verse 9.
And Hatak came and told Esther the words of Esther.
Now,
words of Mordecai.
Mordecai sent a message back to her. Listen to the message.
Again, Esther spake unto Hatak and gave him commandment unto Mordecai, all the king's servants.
Now, she sent another message back. And she said, all the king's servants and the people of the king's provinces do know that whosoever, whether man or woman, shall come into the king into the inner court who is not called there was one law of his to put him to death. You can't come and say, King, I need to speak to you. The wife can't come and say, husband, I need to speak to you. When he's sitting on that throne, in that palace, you can't request his audience. He has to request your audience. And if you don't, if you do that, and he don't raise that scepter, you're dead. So if I don't call my woman for 2 months, if I don't call my woman for 1 month, look, I call her and I'm ready to see her when I'm ready to see her. But we didn't have the same living quarters either. Where were you? I haven't seen you for 3 days. Girl, I'm a king. Certain positions that men have, the wife ain't gonna see him too much. All right, y'all don't understand this. You see Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and them guys? Their wives said that they had to allow their husbands to do what they were meant to do. That meant not having time, quality time with their husbands the way they would have wanted, because they knew they were married to great men. This is what she said. It's what their wives said. They didn't harass those men. What they were doing, you can't be in the house. Now, after a while, she answered the phone, is getting bomb threats. Much less, he's a king. You hardly gonna get to see that king. You ain't the only wife either. Solomon had how many?
700 wives, 300 concubines.
What if his woman said, I don't want you to have no other woman. You can only have me. It's quiet. It's dark and it's quiet. When you speak the truth, it's dark and it's quiet. When you speak God's truth, we stop ourselves from being the nation that God made us to be by following the standards of heathens and being selfish. Tongue sheet. What if God want me to have? He wants me. God, I don't know this, but God gonna have 6 boys come out of me, and one of them gonna be king. But all 6 ain't coming from one woman. How about that? It's quiet. Tongue sheet.
Except such to whom the king shall hold out the golden scepter, that he may live. But I have not been called to come in unto the king these 30
days. I ain't been called in yet. I can't go in there and request nothing. And I would like to see my husband. I would like to hug him. I want to be around him. I want to cuddle. 30 days, a month. A month. Look, a man in jail for a month, his woman leave him. That's a fact. Oh, well, look, I'm not going to be coming to visit you. I'm not hassling myself. No. So I'm just here to do for you, and that's it, huh? This is a selfish thing, tongue sheet.
And they told to Mordecai Esther's words. Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther, think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house more than all the Jews.
He says, don't think that when this go down, they're gonna leave you exempt. You a Jew too. They're gonna kill you too. They're gonna kill you too. Don't think it's you in that high position, that it ain't gonna happen to you. Tongue sheet.
For if thou altogether holdest thy peace at this time, then shall the enlargement and deliverance arise to the Jews from another place. But thou and thy father's house shall be destroyed.
He said, if you don't say nothing now and stop this and put a stop to it, then there shall be a deliverance for the Jews from somebody else. God will raise up another deliverer. He'll make another way for the people to be delivered. If you don't want to do it, then you're gonna make another way. Tongue sheet.
Then Esther bade them return Mordecai this answer. Go, gather together all the Jews that are present in Shushan, and fast ye for me.
You hear that? You hear that? Key. If one man fasting weeping and supplication before God to make a change in the course of his destiny in life. Imagine a whole nation of people. Imagine 600 people. Imagine 100 people. Imagine more. Imagine a group. Imagine every camp. Like my father said. My father tried it. They thumbs down it. They thumbs down it. I ain't gonna say no names. They thumbs down it. He said at a certain time, all camps here in America, New York or America, to confess to God at the same time. So if one person fasting and praying and we confess before God could make a change and difference in his life. Imagine everybody doing this at the same time.
Nobody was on my father's level.
So what? He did it by himself.
That's right.
And he saved himself
That's right.
from himself before God. This works. This works. You're too scared to try it. You're not scared to be evil, but you're scared to be righteous. That's the problem. Y'all scared of everything except righteousness, man. You're not scared of wickedness at all. You embrace that, talk it, eat it, live it. When it comes to being righteous, you act like you're scared. Now you got a lot of questions. I don't know. What's the problem with you? Are you destined to be destroyed? Must be. But when it comes to righteousness, everybody get done. Tell she.
Neither eat nor drink 3 days, nights or day. I also and my maidens will fast likewise.
She said, yo, listen, you and all the Jews that's in Shushan in this city, fast and pray for me. So I'm about to go up there. Hopefully he don't kill me. Time sheet.
And so will I go in unto the king, which is not according to the law.
Yeah?
And if I perish, I perish.
If I die, I die.
So Mordecai went his way.
Look, men don't do that. Men are cowards. You got most men that won't come to this conviction and say, well, look, I know I ain't supposed to go up in there. But I'm going up in there. Y'all fast, all of y'all fast and pray for me, man. And if look, we'll go up in there, and if it work, it work. If not, I die. For them, for the righteous, dying ain't nothing but changing planes, man. Dying ain't nothing but changing existence from the physical to the spiritual world. For the righteous, it's called a changing planes. Planes of physical to the plane of the spiritual, to what they call astral. Spirit world. Tom sheet.
So Mordecai went his way and did according to all that Esther had commanded him.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 5. Now,
verse 2. Start at verse 2.
And it was so, when the king saw Esther, the queen, standing in the court, that she obtained favor in his sight.
Look at that. She didn't even have to go and violate. He saw his woman. Yo, he's so open. He opens. He is so open right now. When he saw her, he forgot what everybody was saying. Yeah, man.
She happy.
That's how every man want to have a woman that make him feel.
No way.
You don't want a woman every time you see her, you go, oh, you want to hide from her? That's not how it's supposed to be. He's supposed to be this way. Oh, look at him. He a henpeck. Every time she come around, that's why you ain't got none. That's why you ain't got no woman. You push him all away from you. You don't show no love. When the king saw Esther the queen standing in the court, she obtained favor in his sight. And the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. So Esther drew near and touched the top of the scepter. She has been accepted. She ain't got to worry about getting killed now. The fasting worked. Would y'all say that?
Mm-hmm.
You think they did all that fasting for nothing? You think that happened for nothing and didn't get no results? The fasting worked. While she went in there, they was fasting and praying, and it worked. Time sheet.
And the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. So Esther drew near and touched the top of the scepter. Then said the king unto her, what wilt thou, Queen Esther? And what is thy request?
What do you want?
It shall even be given thee to half of the kingdom.
He said, whatever you want.
And Esther answered,
Even over half of the kingdom, I'll make it for you.
No, yeah, he loved her.
So you got that. You got that. He said, whatever do you want?
Yeah, bro was head over here.
And look, he got it to give it to her.
If it seem good unto the king, let the king and Haman come this day unto the banquet that I have prepared for him. And the king said, cause Haman to make haste, that he may do as Esther has said.
So now she said, look, she wants Haman to pull up at a banquet, all right, that she is going to throw. Okay?
Mm-hmm. So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther has prepared. And the king said unto Esther at the banquet of wine, what is thy petition? And it shall be granted thee. And what is thy request? Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be performed. Then answered Esther and said, my petition and my request is, if I have found favor in the sight of the king.
Verse 9.
Then went Haman forth that day joyful and with a glad heart. But when Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate, that he stood not up, nor moved for him, he was full of indignation against Mordecai.
So he was happy when he heard that he was invited. He was happy when he heard he was invited to the queen's banquet. You're an important person if President Biden, they make fun of Biden, but if Biden invites you right now,
You coming?
you're there.
You can't.
It's an honor when a king or some invites you.
Mm-hmm.
Someone of
Shots. There we go.
So he's happy. He's saying in his head, yeah, I'm in. I'm the man. I'm gonna become second in charge, just like I wanted. I want that power, that glory. I want that. So as he walking now, but then when he saw Mordecai, and Mordecai didn't stand up, all that got taken away. He wasn't happy no more. He got tight again. He said, man, I would never be happy if this guy is able to keep doing what he's doing to me. Nothing. I gotta get rid of him. Tom shit.
Nevertheless, Haman refrained himself, and when he came home, he sent and called for his friends and Zeresh, his wife.
So he was full of it. He said he did not stand up or move for him, and he was full of indignation, full of evil and hatred, all types of no good things in his heart for Mordecai. Well, guess what? He said, nevertheless, even though he felt that way, Haman refrained himself.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta learn to refrain myself. I'll be so full of indignation and wrath and hatred, I don't know how to refrain it. He said he got to refrain it. He's the bad guy. And even he knows this ain't the time now. He refrained, right? And then he went home. And he sent and called for his friends and for his Zeresh, his wife. Tarshi.
And Haman told them of the glory of his riches and the multitude of his children, and all the things wherein the king had promoted him, and how he had advanced him above the princes.
So he's telling them, y'all, how he came up, how he got promoted, how everything is going good for him with the king, how he's in good graces with the king.
Haman said, moreover, as to the queen, did let no man come in with the king unto the banquet that she had prepared but myself. And tomorrow am I invited unto her also with the king.
So the king and the queen going to be sitting down at a banquet, and guess what? Nobody else is going to be there but Haman.
Haman's right.
Haman was invited. That's it. So look, he in his head, usually, if the president's wife and husband say, hey, Johnny, well, we having a party, only you. What? Your head gonna get big, trust me, man. No. Let's not look at these people and wag our heads. I'm gonna get bigger. I'm gonna be like, damn, what did they see of me? How? Oh, damn, man, look. I gotta look my best now. I gotta be everything, right? That's how he's feeling. And he's telling his friends and his wife. Tamshi.
Yet all this availeth me nothing, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate.
He said, look, I still can't get happy as long as I see that guy right there. He is allowing this one man to mess his whole thing up. Don't allow your hatred or your indignation Or hey, you may be right in how you feel about the person. But there's a time and a place for it. And you don't let yourself, he refrained himself. There's a time to act on these things and to speak on these things. Okay? And it's not all the time. You know? Time sheep.
Then said Zeresh his wife and all his friends unto him, let a gallows be made of 50 cubits high, and tomorrow speak thou unto the king, that Mordecai may be hanged thereon. Then go down merrily with the king unto the banquet.
Sounds like a good plan.
And the thing pleased Haman, and he caused the gallows to be made.
Sounds like a good plan, huh? Sounds good to him. Because he's complaining about them. He's complaining about them. And what they said, make a gallows to hang him with. Okay? Now, what happened was, he was asked, what do you want for the guy that's going to become the second king's second in command? He said, give him a horse, give him gold, give him this, let him be paraded around, put this on his head, boom, 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 because he thought it was going to be him. But then he found out it was Mordecai, because Mordecai was the one that saved the king from those two guys, remember? That was plotting to kill him. Okay? So he went home tight behind that. When he went home, now remember the gallows is made. Another decree was made from Esther. Yo, I'm a Jew. Now she let it out that she was a Jew, right? People wear masks and costumes on Purim. We don't do that. They say the reason why they wear masks is because she hid the fact of who she really was. We don't wear masks. This is not costume day. It's not how you celebrate it. You give out portions, and portions in the word in the Hebrew, it means food and liquor and alcohol. Okay? That's what you give out on that day, not gifts. There was no day that was prescribed by God or the people to give out presents. What they gave out was food. It said portions, right?
Right.
Portion of what? A portion of what was in that pan. When we finished it and go to eat right now, what's in that pan? What you take out and put in your plate is a portion. And that's what they gave out on those days. And that's coming in tonight, right?
Sure is.
Comes in tonight.
Yeah.
So you ain't got to give me no gift. I ain't going to give you a gift. Break out the food, break out the liquor and the wine, and we party. That's it. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom God.
Comes in tonight.
Anna.
Man.